All right, so welcome to the party, pals. So, first of all, happy Thanksgiving to everybody who's dealing with that or otherwise or celebrating it. Um, I definitely don't want anybody to feel obligated to be joining us tonight. It is a holiday for many people, so if you want to hang out, more than happy to have you, of course. But don't feel like you have to stick around or otherwise. I do realize that it's a holiday and so forth, and so I just want to keep the progress going and doing something every single week with it. So today is our job readiness and group resume review. So we actually have like four different resumes that we're going to go through, and then there's all kinds of different topics in the job readiness realm that we can go through as well. So I'm going to go ahead and start with our little introduction. I did do a couple updates here. So we have our general agenda here on the left-hand side. So the presentation, if we have a speaker, weekly topic review, a group activity, open discussion. So today like I said, we're doing the job readiness. So if you look on the right-hand side, every month we're going to be looking for like 2 weeks to fill in for speakers. So like the first and second week for speakers typically. The last Thursday of every month is going to be the job readiness and group resume review, which is tonight. And then, yeah, the speakers for the first 2 weeks. All right, let's see. Yeah, happy Thanksgiving, Shango Walker, C. Allen, Rhonda's in here too. So yeah, welcome to the party, pal. But yeah, great to see people popping in here. Welcome, Brian. So just some guidelines and notice. So I did go ahead and drop the link in chat. I'll go ahead and drop it again here too. So if you guys want to go ahead and join and come backstage, you're more than welcome to. Um, so this is a business casual meeting. This meeting is recorded and live streamed. Don't share anything that you don't want to be public. If you do share something that you don't want to be public, then just go ahead and reach out to me, LinkedIn, Discord. You can also email me at this address here. Just let me know, what needs to be removed or otherwise. If you guys come up on stage, I want everybody to feel comfortable to do so, of course. But yeah, feel free to just do your microphone for audio only if you wanted. You do not have to turn on your video. Go ahead and drop your questions in chat. So even if it doesn't pertain to what we're talking about, we'll still, put that on the backlog and come back around to it. Drop your personal LinkedIn. So if you're on our Discord, you can actually use the live chat channel that's in our Discord, which will allow you to publish your personal LinkedIn across the channels. And then also share useful resources. What's working for you guys? What other stuff you guys are working on and so forth. This is really where we just kind of collaborate and try to help each other out. All right. And then you can also check out our website, so studygrc.org, for our social links here. So we actually just added on Twitch as well. So we're going to give that a trial. But YouTube, Discord are going to be our primaries, and then also LinkedIn probably as our third there. And then I also wanted to let everybody know, too, if you didn't already know, every single Tuesday we're going to be publishing a privacy video. So me and Dwight are recording that, the week prior, like Friday and over the weekend, and then publishing it on Tuesdays, actually. And we're just going to be bringing up different topics in the privacy realm, different updates, articles, things to be thinking about, and discussions on that. So, definitely looking for community feedback. I know somebody had recommended like AI, and that's definitely something that's going to be coming up as well. All right, and then with that portion, I'm going to go ahead and transition over here. All right, and then like I said, we're going to go ahead and go through resume. All right. Yeah, let me see here. B-Dubs said ate real good today. Yeah, especially for Thanksgiving. All right, I'm just going to go through a couple of those. Let's see. Let me know if the music's too low or too loud on that end. All right, and then Dwight also mentioned the website looking good. So it really just comes with like community feedback and so forth. So like we trialed out with a couple different services and so forth, just trying to make it best for everybody. Welcome to the party, Space Tacos, GRC Mafia. Yeah, we got quite a few people in here. Let's see. Yeah, and so if anybody wants to come up, you're more than welcome to. So like I said, we're going to go through some of these different resumes to start with, and then we're going to just kind of transition into like job readiness discussions and so forth. Hey, welcome, Phil. Are you there, B-dubs? Let's see.
Oh yeah, can you hear me?
Oh yeah, you're up.
Perfect. I fixed it.
Yeah, and yeah, happy Thanksgiving to everybody. All right, so like this very first one that we have, let me go ahead and see. So that should make it a little bit bigger for everybody too. All right, so this is one of the very first ones. Space Talkers. Yeah. Phil, Space Tacos gives me some astronomical heartburn. I've learned my lessons. Yeah, the risk is real. All right, so like this very first one here, we're just kind of looking over some of it to just provide some feedback and so forth. If you guys have anything to add as well, go ahead and throw that in the chat, or you can come up on stage. I'll go ahead and drop that again. And if you need that link again, just let me know. Welcome to the party, PBO. Definitely check out PBO's channel too. So one of the first things that I note here, so like I said, we have 4 different ones to go through. I don't think a single one actually stated a like a title or a domain towards the top of the resume itself, you know, like compliance officer or privacy consultant or, you know, anything like that towards the top, which I thought was kind of surprising. Yeah, lots of open space. I think with this one in particular, so I'm going to try to bring as much of your guys' messages up on screen as I can. But so yeah, like Dwight mentions a lot of open space around the education portion. Yeah, I think this could be formatted a lot better. So I would actually, I think you could copy and paste what they have for the core section right above it. Maybe do a 2-column rather than a 3-column, it looks like. But that would really clean it up. And then, so this is actually a 2-page resume. And so this is the very first page. I think they did okay on the first part. See, hands-on experience, network, incident response. I think the summary is pretty, I don't know, hallmark, I guess would be a word for it. Yeah, and Space Tacos mentions vote the gap between the bulletins and the relevant tech projects is too large. So at the very bottom instead of in the middle. Open space at the bottom and not in the middle. Yeah. Yeah, and that's a good point. Yeah, I think reformatting the educational part would be a good addition. Yeah, I think the summary, are you talking about the summary itself? So Dwight mentions one more sentence in the summary. Yeah. Yeah, I think the summary is really kind of brief and barely touches much. But I mean, it's not a bad thing to be concise about it. And then with the columns that they have, I think it gives a pretty good idea of what they're looking at. So this I would not consider anything on the GRC realm. This is all technical. Yeah, that's kind of what I was trying to go with there, Rhonda. So like align the summary to the job you're applying to. Don't just use a general summary. Yeah, definitely make sure you're tailoring the resumes, but it seems like that summary is very, very generalized. I was going like with Hallmark. All right, so then I'm going to go ahead and transition over to the second one. So it looks like maybe, so definitely work on the white space on this page, and then maybe take a look at the summary. And make sure you put that additional white space at the bottom, if anything. And then here's a call out from Dwight. So like passionate about so-and-so, seeking roles with so-and-so. I wonder if we could compile together a recommended, template for a summary, because I've also heard, summaries aren't necessary either nowadays. I think it does kind of depend on the position, but I don't think it's a bad thing. But I'm sure you could come up with some type of template for it. Did you have any input, B-dubs?
Yeah, I think on that summary it could go either way. As well as if this is 2 pages, I think it definitely needs to come down to one if it's someone looking for their first cybersecurity job. Another thing that I've seen, they have their core competencies listed out, um, which is fine. It can go either way. But one thing that I've seen and been recommended is to move that into your projects, and have your projects more labeled as to what the overall project was, and then have bullet points in your projects as far as what you did, what you learned, what tools you used, any outcomes, those sorts of things. I think that could be detailed further, and you could combine those 2 sections into one.
Yeah, and
Yes,
then I'm looking
definitely
for.
summary over a cover letter. I don't think a cover letter is necessary unless someone specifically requests it, and then definitely follow their directions because that can come against you.
Yeah, and then I'm pulling it up right now. So Jerry did a video all about a cybersecurity resume itself, and so also Stefan. So Stefan is my understanding is that's actually the person who originally created the Simply Cyber Discord, and then they ended up releasing a couple resume templates as well. I was just going to go ahead and drop the link to that. So you could still go through and customize this, but the formatting is like one of the key things. But they actually keep up with the job market. They're talking, and they mention like every quarter some of the statistics that are out there for the job market and the technology realm and so forth, and pretty knowledgeable about it. So it might be worth taking a look at those resume templates too for formatting. I really like that.
Another note on the templates too is, I've been told not to go with, like the templates that you have within Word or any online templates you find, because they may not, when you upload them, the formatting may not stay. It's better to just do the formatting yourself. Whether it's a template within Word, I don't know what link you're dropping, but something that's done within Word by itself, not that you've downloaded from online.
Yeah, and so those templates that I dropped is on GitHub from Stefan, and those are a Word document.
Yeah. Definitely keep it simple.
All right. So, and then this does have a second page here, so I'm going to go ahead and move over to that. So here's the second page. So you can see right off the bat, they went ahead, and I think that additional space. So I'm going to flip back real quick. So if you look at this space here, you can see professional experience. That's the rest of this resume here. And so I think that's why they added this additional space in the middle, and then at the bottom is because they were trying to knock this onto the second page. You could use a page break to do that as well. And honestly, it looks like they would most likely be able to get that first one to actually fit on that first page, it looks like to me, with all the additional space they have. The first thing that kind of points out to me is I think they have a little bit too much listed, maybe.
Yeah, I think, your most recent job, you want to have the most amount of bullet points, and then you can narrow it down as you go further. However, when it's not relevant, you have to somehow make it relevant to the job you're applying to. I think that first one could be condensed down, and then I am looking. I don't see. It's not very big on my screen. I don't see a lot of metrics. But you want to say what you did and what you accomplished with the company than just listing your day-to-day tasks.
Yeah, and here, let me transition this into a different format too. So I could pull this up differently. Let me see. Yeah, because it wasn't even technically showing the whole page. Maybe? Maybe not. Oh well. Alright. I'm gonna go ahead and move forward here. I did want to call that out too, yeah, and just like Dwight said, so Rhonda said, when tailoring my summary, I make sure to address their pain points. I think that's a massive thing, especially not only knowing the company itself, but understanding why do they need you? What are you supposed to be solving for them? And then you could tailor your resume to that and prepare for the interview that way.
I love that. Great idea.
That's a huge call out.
Oh, yeah.
And welcome to the Party Pal AV Showtime. Yeah, exactly. Space tacos. So yeah, I'm thinking that they probably tried to add all of that space on the first page to just try to push this, but I would just use a page break. But it looks like you could probably add one of these on the first page. But I would try to, focus this a lot more. I do see that they do have some qualifying metrics in here. Let's see. So like ensuring 99% uptime, collaborating with IT to enhance system security and train staff on secure practices. Like what I've also seen too is trying to limit it to like maybe 3 or 4 different positions or 3 or 4 different bulletin points. I think that's okay for the very first one to have more.
I've heard 6 bullet points on the first one and then less as you go further down. Just highlight, you want to highlight the big accomplishments, not everything.
Yeah, and we've mentioned before too about the STAR method.
Yes.
Did you want to drop a link for the STAR method? Maybe that's something we could talk about more too. So we've talked about the STAR method before, but that's a really good one. So like Rhonda also mentions here for bulletin points, accomplishment, measurement, action. And then I don't see any, so relevant technical projects. So one of the things that I'm kind of curious about too is, so they have science teacher, math and science teacher, and then they do have IT related activities in these job descriptions. So like developed and delivered training on secure IT practices is one of the first ones there. Collaborated with IT to enhance system security and train staff. Diagnosed and resolved hardware, software issues in Windows environments. So it sounds like they were a science teacher, but then, so their actual title here is science teacher, but all they have listed here is the technical side of it. So I'm assuming like they were just, I mean, I don't know. That seems a little odd. It kind of throws me off, at least. I think they're trying to use that to tailor, relative, trying to pull out like things that they did while at that position, but it's not like maybe change the title itself. I don't know.
Yeah, I think they're just highlighting maybe their the technical parts of those positions since they're trying to get into cybersecurity.
Yeah.
Trying to transition it.
Yeah, and I don't think that it's so much important to, so like AB Showtime mentions condensing it down to a one-page format. I don't think it's really necessary to condense it down to a one-page. We've talked about that before too. Their technical projects, I think, could definitely be condensed down. I think it would still end up being a two-page, but I think they could definitely clear up the formatting, in my opinion.
So my opinion on that is...
Yeah, go ahead.
And my opinion is pretty strong, but my opinion is that this one should be a one-page. If you are breaking into cybersecurity, it should be a one-page. When you've been in the field for longer than that and you have more relevant accomplishments or things that you've done, then absolutely it can go beyond that. It doesn't always have to be a one-page, but someone transitioning into the field, my opinion only is that it should be one page. And this could very easily be one page.
Yeah, and I think if you went through and tailored this out to a position, I think it would, because like it's just like the projects. I don't think I would list all of those projects and labs for every position. I would go through and tailor that and try to match up like what the job is actually asking for or entails, which would condense a lot of the material down too. I think people try to focus too much on just the one page though.
Yeah. Space tacos.
Yeah. The opinion is strong with this one.
I'm just making sure it's clear that it's my opinion only.
Oh, yeah. And that's one of the benefits here, too. So, again, if anybody else wants to come up as well, there's the link for it. But I also like the call out here. So, Space Tacos, I know, does have an educational background, transferable skills while teaching science. Yeah, and I guess that's a pretty good call out. It just seems like they did a lot of stuff with that, which I'm sure that they were doing other things to help as well. Like they were training staff and so forth. So. Yeah, so I don't think this one's too bad, but it definitely the formatting and tailoring. And then we also mentioned, what are your thoughts on the summary? You think the summary should be longer?
Yeah, I think the summary could be a little bit longer. But who was it, Rhonda, that said that? Or was it?
I think it was Dwight.
Yeah, adding another sentence about like your why and how you're going to help that company, and yeah.
All right, and then I'm going to go ahead and transition this over to the next one here. All right, so here's our second one out of 4 of them. So this was another one. So so we went through and made sure things were redacted. However, what are your guys' opinions? Because like my understanding has always been that at the top of the resume, you want to put something that is associated. I think it might be different with this because they have their professional experience there. So it says Associate Compliance Officer towards the top of the resume. But having some type of title or designation at the top, like compliance officer or privacy consultant or something at the top of the resume. So definitely let me know what your guys' thoughts are, because none of these resumes had that at the top. I think this one's formatted a lot better, and I love the fact that they have the education on the front page too. So you already know that they, have relevant experience. Okay, so they got their bachelor's and then and then they obtain their master's. Concentration in finance. So they got their business administration with a concentration in finance, and then they turned around and got the master's in cybersecurity. That's really nice, actually, for the GRC side, at least. From what my understanding is, I've talked to a few people about that, and that's a pretty good setup. So Space Tacos mentions a smaller gap between education and professional experience. Yeah, I think it does come out a lot better if you leave the open space at the bottom of the page. And this one does have a second page as well. All right, and then also Rania mentions, I like a title tied to the position you are seeking at the top of the page. It looks more intentional.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, that's
completely.
Yeah, that's kind of my thought. I was kind of surprised that all four of these submissions didn't have that at all. AB Showtime states that as well. I think, how long is it? We talked about it before too, how, like the L shape that a lot of recruiters go on. And then also, it's like, less than 30 seconds that a recruiter typically spends on a resume?
I think, isn't it like a 5-second rule too? Like, you got to catch their attention in 5 seconds for them to actually read it? Like, at first glance, grab their attention, and then they'll read it in really 30 seconds. Yeah.
Yeah, because like within the first few seconds, they're like yay or nay, like, okay, this is a potential, and it's pretty quick. I want to say something like 13 seconds is an average or something, but I don't remember offhand. I know it's under 30 seconds.
10 second max.
Yeah, so like Ranya's mentioning.
Yeah, I really think I've heard like within 5 seconds, whether or not they will read it in 30 seconds kind of thing.
Yeah, and so two other people are mentioning, so Space Tacos and Rania is mentioning 10 seconds max. Yeah, gotta hook them.
Exactly.
Which is also where that tailoring is so important. I think this one's formatted a lot better though. And then so present is compliance officer. So conduct extensive analysis into transactions involving known money laundering topologies, high-risk jurisdictions, and law enforcement referrals. So this makes me think banking. They also mentioned KYC, so know your customer. We've talked about that a little bit too. We should do a whole video on some of those different key terminologies that seem more prevalent in like PCI finance. Managed multi-million-dollar projects solely focused on payment protection, small business administration, economic injury, disaster, loan fraud. So managed a multi-million-dollar project. I think that's a little And maybe that's intentionally left a little lacking detail, a little blurred. I don't know. And then cybersecurity consultant as well. So that was a short term. I think that may be one of my only things here. So, well, they have the compliance officer 2016 to present, and then a short term as cybersecurity consultant. So implement risk registers, qualitative risk analysis, and quantitative to manage risks, remote position. That looks like it was only a couple months though. I wonder if that, I mean, I think it's pretty likely that that could have been a contract, potentially, maybe. And then there's also, in regards to the spacing too much space in between the different education portions, in my opinion, too.
Yeah,
That could be condensed.
I think, yeah, there's a lot of white space. I think a lot of the education could be moved to one line. I was sitting here trying to decide about the master and bachelor's degree, just because the names are a little longer on that bachelor's. But definitely like the full stack web developer, the boot camp, those could be moved into one line and condensed instead of taking up 2 lines.
All right, and then on to the second page here. So then they have their certifications, skills, and then leadership. One of the very first things that I would call out is the skills section. So like, let me grab that short actually. So I've used this short before. Let me see, for that formatting, just like on the previous one where they had their core like qualifications. The layout is absolutely amazing. But what are some of your guys' call outs for this one? They also have, under leadership, they have high school mentor. I think one of the key things here is I don't think, since they were already working at this other compliance position, so that must be like mentoring at a high school, not during high school.
Yeah, I think that's referring to mentoring other high schoolers who are interested. So back to my strong one-page opinion. This one in particular, someone who already has experience, you know, I feel like as long as you have the information there to catch them within that first 5 seconds on your front page, you know, someone with more professional experience, it can go into 2 or more pages depending on what's there. So I just wanted to point that out.
Yeah, I'm trying to locate this short. I need to start using tags better or something.
Let's see. Under the certifications, I feel like that could maybe be 2 columns to, I don't know. I don't like all that white space there. The other thing I'm noticing is like for the Security Plus, there's not dates
of when they were obtained.
Yeah, when they obtained it, as well as I know CompTIA, those expire after 3 years. And on that, I think, and it can be done several different ways, I think you could combine certifications and education. Potentially, you put the most relevant ones towards the top, so they could have like their master's, bachelor's, and then Security Plus, I think.
All right, and then I'm going to pull this up here real quick.
Oh.
Oh yeah, you're fine.
It's
Yeah,
based
I
off
wanted to
of
just
the font needs to match. Consistency is always key.
oh yeah, like one of my pet peeves there is actually like CompTIA for an example, but yeah, no, I think that's a good one there. Yeah, and then also like Let's Defend. I think you just mentioned that a second ago. You can condense those down. So like for an example, like on mine, the different courses that I've taken with anti-siphon, I just have listed out, you know, like SOC core skills, anti, what is it, cyber deception, and active defense and cyber deception, and I just have it listed out following anti-siphon training.
Well, another thing too is in this industry you have to have attention to detail, and if you don't have attention to detail in your resume and an employer sees that, a hiring manager can see that, it's not going to look good. You're not going to get the interview.
Yeah. All right, and then I'm going to show this on screen real quick, and then we'll transition back over to here. But let's see. So this might look a little bit odd off the bat. There we go. So this is a YouTube short, and I'll drop this in the chat as well. But the key thing to look at here is these core qualifications. So this is how I would line out that skills section. And we saw this with the previous resume as well. I think that's a really good formatting to utilize with the 3 different columns or 2 columns or whatever, just to make it look a lot cleaner. That's what I was trying to find. That's one of my favorite shorts, actually. I think it's a great way to do it.
Another great way to do it is not have a skills section, but to add those skills, where they apply, where you learned them, whether that was when you were studying for the Security Plus, or this Active Directory project you were working on, or this, whatever project, you can add your skills there.
Yeah, and don't add dates on some things, but certifications that expire may be important to list dates.
I think it could go both ways. I think they're going to want to know either way when you got the certification, but I mean, they can find out later as well.
Yeah, and also there's this call out. The second bulletin point under skills places more emphasis on software development. So that's another thing to consider as well, is to go through and make sure that you have things of priority for the tailoring. So, definitely go through and try to prioritize, like, what are they going to read first based on that job description. And you could even like resort your certifications, maybe. I don't know. I don't think I would necessarily. I think the sort order on that, I don't know about Springboard at all, actually. I've heard of it, but I haven't really looked at it at all. And then also, like Christopher Cahill mentions, you could list it as achievements. And Dwight also mentions listing the Credly. I'm a personal fan of Credly, so I'm pretty biased on that. That's like B-dubs with the one-page resume thing for entry level. So I have my Credly link on mine, at least. I like Credly.
I don't have my Credly link on mine.
Some people like badges. Alan, C. Alan mentions, before the end of the resume review section, could you pull up an example of an ATS resume to help some folks with that type of style too? Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, so for the ATS style, that goes back to me giving the suggestion to not download templates from online, or even some of the ones that Microsoft offers within Word. It's the same thing. Do your own formatting, keep it simple, and that'll help you with ATS as well. But ATS can't process some of the fancier formatting styles, the templates.
Yeah, I think one of the big things that I've noticed with a lot of the templates that you end up finding is it has like 12 different sections. You have like skills, education, projects, leadership, all of these, a bunch of different sections or special graphics and formatting, which just makes it more complicated. Because my understanding with the ATS system is what it's doing is it's literally just looking at the text that's on it. And so when you have it in a bunch of tables and everything else, then it could make it a lot worse.
Yeah, exactly.
So.
I try to leave out tables, columns, as much as necessary. Just have your text bold, change the font size, keep it simple.
And also and so it's looking for the keywords based on the text on the page itself. So you also have to make sure that it's legible for people as well. Like one of my first, when I revamped my first resume, I think I ended up having to I made it like font size 10 or 9 or something like that. And like it's just so difficult to actually read as a real person. So that's another key thing too. Um, you could see here that they also widened um, the margins. So they narrowed the margins on the left and right. And Rania also mentions tabs and spaces are your friend.
Exactly.
Yeah, and Evan did out himself. So my favorite leadership skill will always be that person who listed Dungeon Master. And then also AB Showtime mentions a potential blog topic.
Which part? Everything?
I think he's talking about the ATS or resume.
Oh,
development.
ATS. I mean, I do already have it in my drafts somewhere. It'll happen at some point.
Yeah, and so that's some of the key highlights there. Leadership. What are your guys' thoughts on just moving that leadership position so that where they mentored at the high school to experience though? I think that could be moved under experience.
Yeah, that's experience.
It's since 2017.
Yeah, it's volunteering, it's current. I would move it up to experience.
Yeah, I would take that whole section out and then just move that to the professional experience section.
I agree.
All right, and then I'm going to go ahead and move off to the next one. Yeah, and also Space Tacos also says yes to that.
Well, I think Dwight needs to have someone with a baller portfolio come submit their redacted resume and we'll go over it.
So also another thing is that I'm just trying to respect their privacy as much as possible. That's why I'm taking out a lot of these like location and so forth. But they do actually have, like some of these have like GitHub pages and so forth. One of these actually do have a GitHub that's I would say pretty good. I will ask them and see if they want to share that like in the Discord or not. So. I have hardly seen us using that category at all. What do you mean by that category? Do you mean like a portfolio?
Yeah.
Oh, I think he's talking about the leadership.
Yeah, where's Dwight's portfolio?
Yeah. Well, and so also AB Showtime does mention that the leadership experience is not cybersecurity. However, I would still, since it's present and it's been since 2017, I would move that to the experience section. And I think you could still reword this or tailor it, but having that ability to mentor people and working in an academic type of role there, like they were aiding and accessing resources, grasping the cycle of high school events and activities. So a lot of that would relate to like soft skills, networking, education, teaching, mentorship, which is also important in the industry.
Yeah, I think it's all relevant, especially when you do have other relevant experience. Still keep it at the bottom of your experience, but it's current, it's relevant, it's important,
Yeah, and
especially,
I also want
helping the next generation.
yeah, and I also don't want to like highlight anything there per se, but like definitely drop your guys' thoughts and everything else in too, because this is also where everything becomes collaborative. It's just like I was saying, there's no harm in having a second page, and B-Dubs is saying one page only. So yeah, I don't want
But
you guys
I
to
did
get
point
worried
out
about
on this one it
throwing it
would
out.
be okay for 2 pages.
Yeah,
I think this one could be 1 page, but I think with relevant experience, it's okay to be two, as long as you can grab their attention on that first page. Yeah.
yeah, and also Rania also mentions space tacos, and there was a link shared there. Let me see if I could
Yeah.
pull that up as
She
well.
sent it.
Yeah, because we actually did go over Space Taco's resume at one point. And then I'm going to go ahead and pull up the next one here. And I'll get that website pulled up too. Yeah, and my point there too, AB, was just the fact that this is just a safe learning environment and so forth. So I want to, I would even go as far as to say challenged. So that way I could, learn myself and so forth. That's one reason why I definitely wanted to stream even on a holiday, is because I get so much value out of this on my own, like talking with everybody and getting everybody's insight.
I can't believe how many made it tonight, being a holiday.
I'm kind of surprised too.
I
Yeah, and
love
also
it.
I'll go ahead and drop the link again if you guys want to come up on stage.
Come join us.
But yeah, thanks for popping in here, especially on the holiday.
I mean, Space Tacos better get up here at least.
Yeah, and then this one that I have up on screen is the next one. So this is the third one out of 4. And then I'm going to pull up this website here. And also another thing too, so if you guys want to submit your resume, definitely you could reach out to me or any of the moderators for the Discord, of course, which is all the board itself. But also inside of the Discord, we have a channel, just so I don't give you the wrong information. So we have a channel that's called Submit Resume. And if you have trouble finding it, just drop something in general chat, but it allows you to click a button, and then it'll open up a private chat message just with me and the mods. And then you could submit your redacted resume for the following job readiness and group resume review. So like I said, the last Thursday of every single month, we're going to be going through this and going through any of the resumes that's been collected over the previous month, and then just kind of resetting it as well. Or you can also like just direct message me and so forth too. That's perfectly fine, because I did also just get another one here, which I'll be pulling up as well. So we got 5 to go through, which gives us even more insight and so forth to learn from.
Question. Is this one 2 pages?
This one here? Yes.
I knew it.
I think all of them are 2 pages. I don't think we have a single 1-pager.
Oh, man. So, right off the bat on this one, without even reading it, I don't like the bullets. And the reason is because under key areas of expertise, you have the 3 columns, but those bullets on the left side don't line up with the bullets under the experience. Then, on top of that, you have your bullets under the cybersecurity analyst, which I believe could be reworked to just be bullet points instead of a paragraph. But your experience below that does not have bullet points. So it's just the inconsistency with bullets. I'm not sure that the key areas of expertise are necessary, because I do like that this one goes into, explaining what they learned within their experience section, and that's where I like to highlight the skills as opposed to having a skills section. So that's what I was referring to earlier. Yeah, the biggest part on this is just the formatting.
Yeah, I think that call out with the bulletins is a really good one. And I think for like your most recent position, you could probably give a summary and then bulletin points. But yeah, like on that next, it looks like the next two don't have any bulletin points at all, and they're paragraph long. So
yeah, I would turn that into bullets.
Yes,
only bullets.
100%. And also, like you mentioned, 6 for your most relevant, and then 3 or 4 for the following.
Right, 6 and then 4 or less. But yeah, and if you do use the bullets in the key areas of expertise, at least make sure they line up on the left. But my opinion, I don't think that section is necessary.
All right, and then let me see here. And then also Space Tacos mentions the experience moved over to the left. Oh, okay. So the actual title there for experience, or a bit more space between the section above. Yeah, so a little bit more spacing. I mean, personally, I don't like. I think some of it could look on the resumes. I think very few things should be centered. I think it looks really good to have your titles and everything on the left-hand side personally, just because it makes it easier. And then also, like I could share the video in Discord later. I don't have it on hand, but there's a really good video where there was like thousands of recruiters where they actually went through and were like looking at their eyes, where their eyes were looking when they were going over resumes, and it's like in an L shape. So yeah, I think I would actually say to move that to the left-hand side for the header. And then also Space Tacos also mentions the dates aligned the same. Yeah, that's another good call out too. Because you could see the first 2 are aligned barely, but then that third one is completely off. So I think that's another thing, is you really have to have that attention for detail, because it's little things like that that could make it look a little more unprofessional. It looks like there's also maybe the font at the bottom might be a different color. It looks more gray to me.
I love this recommendation from Rhonda.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
That's okay. Yeah, Rhonda. Alphabetize the key areas of expertise. I think that's a great suggestion, especially since it's just, some keywords there. Alphabetizing it would make it look a lot cleaner.
Yeah. Yeah, and what I was going to pull up here, so Space Tacos, the title needs to move to the left or more space, because it gets lost to my eyes. Yeah, and I completely agree. I think it does kind of blend in a little bit too much, but I also think it just looks better on the left.
I agree. I like my titles on the left versus center.
Yeah, definitely unified formatting, which is also the call out. So not only with the formatting do we have the misaligned dates, but we also have the bold issue, the bulletin points, and then also make sure that that is aligned to the left.
Well, and that date at the bottom, is it gray, or is that just me?
Yeah, that's what I was mentioning a second ago, is I think it looks gray. So I think even the bottom text is a different text color, which that's something that I would definitely
I must have
change
been
to.
sleeping when you said that.
It's all good. And then also, AB Showtime mentions so being a little picky now. Is it cybersecurity or cybersecurity?
It's both. That's a hard
Yeah.
one.
What? Yeah. Yeah. I'll be. I was already eyeballing a soundboard, but yeah. So catch me outside. How about that?
I think on this one, just be consistent. If you're going to call it one way, call it that way throughout your whole resume, and don't spell it two different ways.
So this is interesting. So like Phil mentions, I've been told Europeans use two words while Americans use the single word cybersecurity.
I've
So
seen it both ways so much that I don't even know what's right.
I mean, so like I personally actually prefer it separate, cybersecurity separately. However, it's so commonly just put in one word that it just is what it is. It's kind of like the is cybersecurity separate from information security or interchangeably used. So save money on the soundboard and work on your impressions. Yeah, Dwight, I would love to do that, but I think I might have to have like AB go through and do the emoji sounds or something like that.
Probably.
Yeah, I don't think
I
I
like
want
that
to
idea.
stand. Yeah, I'm not really looking forward to standing in the mirror every morning practicing the emojis. Yeah, that could get pretty bad.
I mean, it would save you money on a soundboard, though.
No, I mean that's true. That is true. Yeah, and also Space Tacos mentions the preference of InfoSec, and like even that's something too. I mean that's a yeah.
Yeah, I like. Yeah, I like InfoSec. It's shorter. Information security, and yeah.
So Jerry does. I mean, I guess it depends on whether it's a struggle streaming day or not. But yeah, and he has several of his own that he recorded. What I'm gonna probably have, what I'm thinking about doing is I'll mimic some of those, like Carl and so forth, and I'll just record it on my own or have AB do it. What are your thoughts, AB? Are you willing to go through and do the emojis for us?
I think AB should do it. I love that idea.
I think so. He did a great sound off. So.
Oh yeah.
But so that's some of the key things for that first page. Here's the second page for this one here. Okay, so I mean, first of all, like it says clearance active. So they have an active security clearance. I'm going back to the first page.
So on that second page, the titles are all underlined, but the front page, they are not underlined. So the formatting needs to be a lot more consistent.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the biggest thing is unified formatting and coloring, and then probably aligning that stuff to the left.
All of the text is aligned to the left until you get to the bottom under competencies and your text is centered. I think it just needs to be one way or the other. Keep it consistent.
Also, if you have an active security clearance, I would put that at the top of your resume.
100%.
So. Yeah, there is a lot of information on the second page. I think this again goes back to, I mean, yeah, maybe bulletin points is what I'm thinking.
Yeah, I think it all needs to be condensed to bullets. That way it's easier to read. Plus you can get some quick facts, as opposed to reading a paragraph.
Yeah, and so like Rhonda's way more familiar with the federal jobs and clearance and so forth. Mentioning if you're seeking for a cleared sector, to put it closer to the top. I mean, I think even if you're applying to the private sector, I think that would be a benefit putting it at the top. That's what I'm thinking.
Space Tacos agrees. Bullets are better than paragraphs.
Yeah.
I like it just because it's easy to grab some quick facts on a skim. I don't like reading.
Yeah. And then also, so the boat's complete AB.
Yeah, I feel like he's being very quiet about that unless I missed some comments. But I love the idea. He'd be perfect for it.
Yeah, and also Brenda mentions to breaking up the information to be more scannable by the reader. And that's another portion of it too, is that, you know, you could break some of this up. I also see a lot of dashes under the technical certifications. A lot of that stuff could maybe mess that up as well. So that's where bulletin points would also be another benefit. And then you also have the formal education and technical training. Oh, okay, so that was a cybersecurity boot camp though. But you could probably just put that under education.
Yeah, have one education section is sufficient.
And list your actual degree at the top, even though it was older.
Right. For education, you list the most relevant at the top. Doesn't necessarily have to be the most recent.
Do you think it's easier though for ATS to scan if it's in PDF or Word?
Word. That's my vote.
Yeah. Well, and like I mean, a lot of the places that I've seen, they only accept PDF. So.
See, I've seen the opposite though. I've seen they accept both, but they prefer Word because it imports easier.
Yeah, so all that's pretty good call outs there. I think the large majority here is formatting using bulletin points. Make sure that everything's unified. You know, all of this is misaligned. You want to make sure the text color is all the same. And then also we were talking about like 5 or 6 bulletins for the first one, and then utilize bulletin points throughout, and then move that security clearance up towards the top.
I really wouldn't put you were saying your most recent experience could be, you know, you could keep that paragraph and then have bullet points afterwards for only that experience, but I would just keep it all bullet points. It stays consistent, it's easy to scan, grab some quick facts, and I would take out all the paragraphs in the experience section. Not take them out, replace them, reword them into bullet points.
Are you talking about this comment here? So if it's already listed for cert?
I'd have to go back and look at the competencies, but yeah, you don't have to be repetitive. If it's on there, it's on there. Making it repetitive and repeating yourself in different sections is just going to make it more wordy, less likely for someone to read it.
Yeah, I think there's also some fluff there too. So like looking at it in more depth, so like towards the bottom there, or halfway through that section, it says interactions with Windows. So application interactions with Windows.
So
I don't even know what that would entail. You could like something. It's just like with MS Office. You mark out Excel, Word, PowerPoint. I would just leave it at Microsoft Office.
But that could be
the job description actually asks for Excel or Word.
But so application interactions with Windows, could that be like custom applications though that are interacting with Windows? Like not just playing with Word and Excel?
Potentially.
If that's the case,
yeah.
But I think it could be clear on what that's referring to.
Yeah, and I think that really comes down to the tailoring as well.
Right.
Because I mean, if this is like because I mean, also looking at like their certifications for an example, they have a lot. They have quite a bit here. It looks like. And then I'm going back to the first page here too. So also cybersecurity analyst since 2022. So they're not going to be applying to an entry-level position per se.
Yeah, it could absolutely be 2 pages. I am dead set on 1 page for someone getting into the field, whether it's a career transition or, straight out of college, whatever it is. When you have experience in the industry that you're working in, whether it's cybersecurity or anything else, then it can be more than 1 page. In my opinion.
Yeah, and also like in reference to maybe more technical information, technical wording, like application interactions with Windows, troubleshooting Windows laptops and workstations, MS Office. Because I mean, like that call out, so like Space Tacos was saying is that you could probably knock down that list a little bit, and then also looking at it deeper, I mean, I think this could be condensed down quite a bit.
Yeah, I agree. They don't need to include the word cybersecurity because it's listed throughout anyways. Plus the security plus.
Yeah.
Any of those extra words, if they're listed somewhere else, you don't have to repeat them.
Congratulations, AB, for your specialized degree in animation. That his daughter just got. That's awesome.
Yeah.
And then
I think he could definitely learn some things from her and be our soundboard. That's what it sounds like.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and then also Dwight also mentioned recruiters preferring Word. Correct. Yeah, that was one of the callouts, is having active secret clearance or active clearance on. I mean, I would put it at the top. But yeah, you could take that section out. That would save some space, condense down the.
There's too much white space there.
Yeah. Here's also a question too. So if beginning, is it better to list it as projects and have detailed bulletin points in the beginning? Also, like for an entry-level resume, I think what they're asking is it better to have the projects listed at the beginning?
Yeah, so
and have detailed bulletin points.
If you don't have relevant professional experience, first of all, you can make it relevant most of the time. Second of all, if you've done projects, things that are relevant, put them first. Put the most relevant information towards the top and the least relevant towards the bottom. Yeah, if it's labs, then absolutely list those, but more than just listing them, put bullet points like it's your work experience and show what you accomplished, show some metrics, what you learned, the tools you used, all of those things.
All right, and then I'm going to go ahead and pull up the fourth one here. So right off the bat, I like the formatting of this a lot more. Yeah, and I think labs are awesome. So labs, projects, I think that's really good. So like one of the things, I think this does look pretty professional off the bat. I like the fact that they do have that title at the top, IT and cybersecurity practitioner. You could see that they do have experience off the bat, it looks like. In their summary, though, it says trying to prevent Skynet and maybe get a little closer to Malvec. I think that's to try to lighten the mood, maybe. Yeah, and Space Tacos likes the spacing. Yeah, I think this looks way more professional.
Yeah.
And I like the fact
that
they were able to. So this is 2 pages as well, but I kind of like a little bit of the margins on the left and right too. What are some of your call outs there, B-dubs?
I'm reviewing.
Yeah, you're fine. I just want to make sure that you get your airtime as well. Uh, so
Absolutely.
um, so if you guys haven't already, I'm going to go ahead and drop it in chat. So we have a special little thing here too. So if I just type in B-dubs, then it goes ahead and drops in the link. So every single Monday, B-dubs is publishing on her blog there different articles. There's what, 4 or 5 of them out already or something? Probably more.
At least that.
Yeah, there's I mean it's absolute fire.
And I'll have another one on Monday.
Exactly. Every single week.
Every single week. So I know you like the wider margins on this one, but I'm just really having a hard time with it because there's a lot of white space. And I want to be able to look at the big picture overall really quickly. And yeah, I personally use small margins, but it's a personal preference, really. I do like that there's a summary. The title for professional experience, I feel like, is quite big. Just that it takes up a lot of white space. There's a space above it, below it, so it leaves a lot of room on the right. I do like the bullets are really clean. The first experience has 3, and then there's 2 below that. So it's kind of my first impressions, but there's just a lot of white space. I could use smaller margins.
Yeah, and I think that it might be a little bit too much on the margins, but I like that it does have a little bit of spacing there. There was also the call out for being loud and proud for the CCSP. That definitely shows right off the bat too. It's just like if you have something like the CISSP, you're definitely adding that to the last part there too, I would see. I really like the formatting. One of the big things that I wanted to address is what's everybody's thoughts on this, on like trying to lighten the mood in the summary, and then we'll move over to that I think section there.
I think personally it comes out as fluff, but at the same time, they kind of see a little bit of your personality. So it's like, I don't know. I don't know which way I'd lean on that.
Hey Phil, you should drop your blog in our Discord, or you can send that over to me on Discord, and I'll share it. I didn't realize that you had the blog there. Oh, you can't read the summary, Space Tacos? Let me see if I can move this around.
I do agree with Dwight saying doesn't like starting the summary with I think.
Yeah.
If you mentioned that already, I missed it.
Yeah, so we can go ahead and talk about that part. I was just kind of curious. Yeah, definitely share that blog, Phil. Okay, so also Christopher Cahill mentioned cracking a joke according to Harvard Business Review can make you seem more competent, if not too self-depreciating. More competent. So it sounds like that could be a positive outcome. I'm going to go ahead and, yeah, if you're still having an issue with that, Space Tacos, I could pull up a bigger image of it.
Honestly, I think it really has a lot to do with who's reading your resume. You know, do they like jokes, or are they not a funny person?
That did not work.
Also, thank you, Rhonda. I'm looking back at the comments, loving the articles.
Right. So that should give you a little bit better view there. So that's the summary of this one right here. So I think big thoughts about life in the singularity, how to stay safe and protect privacy in a post-AI world, deeply interested in AI security and safety, trying to prevent Skynet and maybe get a little closer to multi-vac, strong background in IT infrastructure management, threat and vulnerability management, and leadership with extensive experience in AI toolchain research and compliance.
Right off the bat, I think there's a lot of that doesn't necessarily need to be capitalized. I don't think infrastructure management, threat and vulnerability management, I don't think all of that needs to be capitalized. I could be wrong, but as well as AI, the security and safety part, I don't.
Yeah, not a problem at all, Space Talkers. Yeah, I find it kind of interesting because I've seen it on a couple people's resumes actually, trying to like lighten the mood with a joke or something along those lines. So I was just kind of curious what people's thoughts were. Like Christopher Cahill mentions here that a Harvard Business Review mentioned that it could actually be beneficial there. I could see how it could be. I think it kind of depends on the position. Like I could see that for like a private sector, but I don't think I would do that on like a federal resume. But yeah, I find that kind of interesting. But yeah, I would agree with you too. Some of the capitalization, and then I think a lot of that has more fluff in it. I think it could be improved just to be more straightforward.
Yeah, I think you could include the joke and still, keep it light, but remove some extra fluff.
And then also, there's the link for Phil's blog as well. So I just went ahead and dropped that in the chat.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, and then also Brenda mentions this is an enjoyable summary, but I'm coming from a creative sector where writing like this is common. Yeah, I think you just have to consider your audience for it, but I mean, I don't think it's
Right.
outright no.
I definitely like the creativity and appreciate that. But like I said before, it depends on the type of person reading your resume, if they appreciate that or not.
Oh yeah, and PBO says no.
Of course he did.
So there's the link to PBO stuff too. That should drop in chat there. Yeah, PBO being the fun police.
Nobody likes
and
the fun
then
police.
Yeah, and so then we can also circle back around to the I think part. So several people. So I think it was Dwight who originally mentioned it.
I think it was Dwight.
Okay, yeah. So here's the original message here. So Dwight mentions instead of, so don't like starting the summary with I think, and then he states that instead I'd go deep thinker on at the beginning. Personally, what I would try to do is go along with something such as like maybe I believe big thoughts about life and singularity. Maybe would be one of my recommendations, but also Space Tacos also mentions and the exact same thing may not be the best start for the resume summary. And I agree. I wouldn't start it with I think. You have to be more confident than that in your writing.
I like the deep thinker on. And you're trying to be straightforward to the point. It's not a blog.
Yeah. And then I'm just catching up on chat here. Yeah, so like deep thinker on is an option that's thrown out there. All right, and then here's also the next one. So I like that summary, but I think the I think statement could be in the second or third sentence and not the first.
I think it would
And
be
that
okay
that
if it's not the very beginning. That's not how you want to start out.
mhm. Yeah. And honestly, I mean, now that you mention it, to Space Tacos, I think it would actually be better if he started out with this at the beginning here. So if you look at the second sentence, it says deeply interested in IT security and safety, or I'm sorry, AI security and safety. I think putting that at the very beginning, and then move that first sentence to the end or in the middle, because I think starting out with deeply interested in AI security and safety, if that's what you're trying to focus on or applying for, um, maybe doing that.
Yeah, I actually really like that. Now that it's been brought up,
Yeah, that's
just
a
move that
great
first
call out.
line down later.
Correct.
I think it would be so much stronger if it just started with deeply interested in AI security and safety, then go
Oh
into the
no.
joke. Love it.
And then while we're on the topic, PBO's coming up to defend his strategy here.
Here we go.
Yeah, you're up, PBO.
What's going on, man?
Hey PPO.
I'm doing all right. Yeah, I don't like that, man. I don't like that.
You and your DOD, fun police.
Yeah, I'm not totally against it, but I'm like, hey, man, we're trying to make money. We ain't got time for ha-has. So that's my thought on it. So
We ain't got time for ha-has.
yeah, we
What
ain't
is
got time
that?
for ha-ha, and we got to make money. We can't be joking on the curriculum vitae. I'm not happy with the curriculum vitae. So that's my 2 cents. Y'all already know, but it's not horrible. But I would save that for the conversation. Show your personality when you get the interview. Show your flamboyant. Show you're a unique person. I wouldn't do that on a resume, but that's my.
So
2 cents.
basically, if PBO is the person who's the hiring manager looking at your resume, it's not going to get it because PBO doesn't appreciate it.
I
It
don't like
depends
that.
on who's. Yeah, it depends on who's reading your resume.
Yeah, yeah. But my thing is, why risk it? Why risk it?
Yeah,
But I
that's
mean,
fair.
like you said, it's not horrible. I just don't be ha-haing on my resume. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, that's why I was trying to do a call out, is because I don't agree with it. You don't know who's gonna, unless you know who's actually gonna be reading that resume. I wouldn't chance it.
Personally,
I mean,
I
because
wouldn't.
you're having a bad day.
Hold on, Chris. Tell people in the chat, I am the Grinch. Shout out to the white. I am the Grinch. I'm always serious, R Square and Rhonda. I ain't got much time left. I can't be ha-haing on a resume, but that's me. Everybody grown, you gotta make your own decisions. Go ahead, Chris.
Well, and also to be completely fair too, it looks like the consensus is that it's okay to kind of play that line a little bit. You just got to be a little bit careful with it on, maybe who you're applying to or how you put it. That seems to be the consensus. I personally wouldn't do this at all, but I would say that I'd take PBO's side actually, just because I don't know who the hiring person is. I wouldn't want them to have a bad day or, be a serious person, maybe they just got out of a Big Four or something like that and they're, getting into the recruiting side of things or something, I wouldn't want to chance it personally.
And two is, if your resume is packed and you on top of it and you got every skill you need, then you can ha-ha. But if you getting started, it's minor details between people, especially when you're trying to get to the interview. That's all I'm saying. And I've been, read resumes and I see people get rejected for the smallest stuff. Especially if you got like a remote job, you got 200 or 300 resumes you got to look through. Man, people be trying to look for the smallest things to knock people out.
Yeah, personally, I would never do it either. But if I was the person looking at the resumes, I would be a good one to ha-ha with.
That's always best when you're not the one at risk, right?
But I'm not going to take the risk, no.
So also some other alternatives here too. So like Space Tacos also mentions, I'd even use deep thinker, security practitioner, problem solver kind of thing for the target jobs.
I like that. I did. I saw that. I like that part.
Like put that up on your LinkedIn.
You see, overall, it's not bad. It's just like I said, that little, I'm like,
Yeah, and I like this call out too. So Dwight also mentioned cybersecurity leader deeply interested in AI. So this is not an entry-level person either. So, and I'll go back to the actual full resume here in just a second.
And two is, I think somebody said, if you're going for a creative job, I just don't see a lot of IT cybersecurity jobs as being creative. They are creative, but we don't think about creative thinking. Especially at DoD, it's a chain of command, right? So,
well, you're thinking about it all wrong, PBO.
How am I thinking about it wrong?
You got to be creative.
Nah,
you have to stand out in creative ways.
Yeah, no.
But you gotta be careful.
Yeah, junior people, I do not want you to be creative. I'm giving you a nice check. I don't want you to be making shit up. That's no, young lady. We're not gonna be creative today. There's no creativity that's gonna get you fired, and me and you fired. Oh yeah, I just thought I was gonna try something. That's a no. That's a no.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, and so this is the complete resume here. And so what was it? Oh, what I was going to mention is, so like this is a great portion call out here. So Dwight also mentions it's like sending a joke by text. I think that's a really good way of thinking about it. So like, I think it would be okay in some circumstances, but I mean, it's just like, I wouldn't do it just because unless I know the person that I'm sending it to. Yeah.
Well, you have to be able to read the room. And you can't read the room. Yeah, you can't read the room when you don't know the room.
Yeah, you don't know who's in the room. People get, it's just, I just been in a lot of weird stuff. Like my job, they were super religious, so she asked me about it. For me, I didn't care, right? I'm a free speech person, but they were kind of nervous asking me, right? I'm like, nah, I'm cool. I'm free speech, man, between you and your God. But you never know what you sign up for, what your organization is, what their leaning is. I don't do jokes, politics, or relationships at work. I don't talk about none of that, but I'm an old curmudgeon. I'll shout out to me. I'm gonna give myself a shout out. I'm an old curmudgeon.
Let me go back here. So also like Space Tacos mentions here is that it could be seen as cheeky or ha-haing. I'm sure that there's a recruiter that would love this. Yeah, like for an example, if I was sending this to like somebody like Joe Hudson, for an example, oh yeah, 100%. I would make some type of joke off the bat, like,
Absolutely.
I would come up with something. But the unfortunate part is that like, especially when you know that they're going through dozens, if not hundreds or thousands of applications, this could really lighten the mood. But in the off chance that they're just like, they're just looking for any reason to narrow down that list as quick as possible, that could be bad. I think you got to pick and choose your battles, I suppose.
Do I sound like I'm in the void? Do I sound like I'm in the void? Dwight said that. I don't have my normal setup right now.
So you do sound like you're a little further from the microphone.
I am, and I don't have my normal noise protection up. Let me get a little.
Go figure.
All right, so my bad, audience.
PBO always slacking.
Don't even have the studio set up, PBO. Come on.
I'm over here doing a security review while we talking, so I'm multitasking. I thought a lot of people was poo-pooing me, so I had to come up and live and in person. I'm like, they don't.
Yeah, exactly.
Go ahead. Oh yeah, I like AB said you can't have president 2020 and 2024. I thought that was a good catch.
Yeah, and so that's why I just pulled up the full resume again. And also Brenda is also popping back in too. So just meant that it's normal in their field. So they liked it because, they're more in one of the, creative fields. Good call on bringing that personality into the live meeting.
Yeah, no, Brenda's 100% correct. And everybody know I'm usually talking from DOD or command type federal because that's what I do. So the audience is where, but bring that up real quick. Yeah, but Brenda's 100% correct. If she knows that's the field and how they move and operate, I just operate in a fair space and military. We don't be ha-haing.
And and then also Dwight mentions, and he's talking to PBO here, ain't paid the light bill. I would just like to mention that, it's not okay to just, make fun of people and so forth. No. PBO got demonetized. Come on, what can you say?
Facts.
You got to go get him some watch hours
It's hard
over
out
on
here.
his channel.
Tell Dwight it's hard out here, man. For
Go
me.
watch his
Yeah,
YouTube so
exactly.
that he can turn on the lights.
Nah, that's fine.
Yeah, go check out his channel. His compliance playlist over 60 hours worth of content.
Well, and I do want to bring up back. Oh wait, sorry. Back to this.
Yeah, go ahead.
Doing 2 jobs simultaneously, 2024 to present and 2020 present. You absolutely can do 2 jobs simultaneously. Is it smart for your mental health? It depends on what it is. You know, it's not for everybody. But one of them could be a part-time position. So really, you would just have to talk to them to get more information on that specifically. But I just wanted to bring up, because I think you said something, Chris. You absolutely can do 2 jobs simultaneously.
Well, and so I also ended up taking. So I of course wanted to redact anything that PII related. But so that secondary job, the 2020 to present, that is actually a self-employed position. So like I would probably rank that as like maybe a side gig or something along those lines. But they started doing like their own consultant work.
And being the title principal consultant, that was kind of my assumption as well, in that it was self-employed side gig. But even if it's full-time, you can have 2 full-time jobs at once.
Correct.
It really depends. Yeah, PBO can, but it depends on what you have going on in your life outside of work.
Yeah, you're 100% correct, but I would be a little careful by listing those, especially in the federal space. They get a little squeamish about that.
Yeah.
My thing is none of their business.
You do have to be very cautious, especially with self-employed and whatnot.
So for me, I would take that experience and just add it to the one above, and probably just take the principal one out. But like I said, it's just depending. Like reading the room, just from a federal space, they just get kind of squeamish about that. So I just go by the fact that's none of their business. So I will put that maybe an experience for the red team stuff, or just add that skills to your technical staff.
Well, and instead of adding it to the technical staff, you could just change the dates from 2020 to 2024. I mean, it's still 2024, right?
Well, I think the 2 jobs though makes me squeamish, so I would have to put that maybe somewhere else or combine them.
Yeah.
Well, and so also to add more depth to the conversation too, so they did end up making their own company, like an LLC or something along those lines that they have listed there. But so also like Space Tacos mentions that it also depends on your company. Some companies really mind about that kind of thing. I've heard about that, like not only in company policy, but then also contracts when you actually sign up with a company stating that you can't do side gig work or other stuff like that too. So
you got to take it through HR. I work for companies and I'll be like, it's none of your business what I do on my time. So again, I just keep it to myself. But Space Tacos is 100% correct. They usually
definitely conflict of interest.
Conflict of interest and competitive is what I would say.
Yeah, 100%. But a lot of people are kind of doing that. PBO.
And I think I know where you're going with this, Dwight. Just not the feds. I think we'll leave the more controversial topics to our privacy stream every week, because I think we could dig in. If that's in regards to the side gig work and so forth, you guys are welcome to discuss it. But I think I'm gonna go put my tinfoil hat on first. And also, Christopher Cahill also mentioned a minute ago as well that so don't crack jokes with the FBI. I mean, honestly, I think it depends. I mean, FBI might be a little bit more friendly than other people. I mean, they're just sitting there eating their street hot dog, going through your resume, getting ketchup all over it, coffee stains.
Yeah. The crazy thing, though, a lot of times is they got those scanners. Hell, you might not even make it to HR. The scanners be knocking a ton of people out.
Yeah, and like Space Tacos mentions that as a policymaker, classified as such, they have to report any and all additional. Now, so we already went over the formatting on this is really good and so forth. I think that the bulletin points could be, it looks very AI as well. So I think some of these bulletin points could be made way shorter. Maybe not so much on the first one, but some of the other ones especially. But especially having like the titles there: AI, ML, toolchain development, system vulnerability analysis, cross-functional collaboration. I think that stuff should be rewritten in human format.
I just want to make the comment that someone must have went and watched PBO's YouTube real quick because he was able to get those lights turned on.
Facts. Put my circle
Yeah,
light
somebody must have clicked the link.
Yeah. He was able to pay his light bill.
ASAP.
Yeah, and then here's the second page here. So we had the first page up, and then here's the second page.
I think certification and education could be the same section, especially as small as they are. It would just be 4 bullet points.
I think the bulletin points are way too long. And it comes up, it's weird with the titling. And the education, honestly, like with what they have on this one, I think they could probably, if they condense this down and do the bulletin point shorter, they could probably fit that into your 1-page requirement.
Yeah, absolutely. I can make any resume 1 page.
She's very serious about that 1 page, man. She's
very serious.
Very serious about that 1 page.
Well, they're not going to take, if they don't like the front, they're not going to take the time to flip over to the back.
No, that's true.
Have it right all there in the front for them.
No, you're true. Is this person looking for a job, or they just want you to kind of clean it up, or they're trying to upgrade?
So this particular individual is actively on the job hunt. I don't believe that they have anything, or I think that I get confused between them all, to be completely honest. I'd have to double check with the unredacted in order to line everything up. It's too hard to keep up with 4+ different resumes. But yeah, each one of these people are actively on the job hunt.
Because I saw the masters about to get, and I was like, okay, they got some red team stuff, so it looks like they're making some progress, some AI stuff. So.
Yeah, I would move the masters and have that education and certification information there right front and center.
Yeah. I think if you went through and condensed down the bulletin points and you tried to use the STAR method on the bulletin points, I did see I think I saw some numbers in here. Let me go back to the second page. Yeah, so like the only numbers I see in here is just on the very last one, organization over 6,000 in operational expense. So utilizing the STAR method condensed down the bulletin points, and I think all of this should go on 1 page.
Every bullet point should have a metric of what you accomplished, what you did for the company, not your day-to-day tasks.
And then Dwight asks why the certs look light. So one of the reasons, so I wouldn't say that the certs look light, personally. So they have the Sec Plus. It might be harder to read on the screen, but Sec Plus, Pen Test Plus, ISA, CCSP, SSCP. Or do you mean the font size is light?
I think it could just be the way it looks on screen. They look great to me. And then also Space Tacos said that the first cert is bold and the others are not. But that's just the brand and then the list of certs from that brand. I think that's perfectly fine. I think it looks great, but I think you could add a bullet point in front of IC squared and a bullet point in front of CompTIA and move it up below education, have it in one section.
Yeah.
PBO doesn't agree. That's fine.
No, I don't disagree. I'm on the fence on that one. I'm like,
Well, I think it could go either way,
Yeah,
but since each section only has 2 bullet points,
no, I'm with you.
I think they could be combined for this particular case.
I always remember I'm not scared, so if I don't say anything, I'm kind of on the fence. I'm like, yeah. I'm like,
Oh, just wait a couple minutes there, Rhonda. We'll find out for sure.
Well, I mean, I did say it could be more than 1 page if you have experience. PBO's resume is probably 5 pages, and that's fine.
No, I forgot her name. She smoothed it out for me. What was her name?
PBO's was 12.
It was pretty long. Oh, what was her name? She smoothed it out for me.
Kay.
Yeah, Kay smoothed it out for me. I didn't know she did it. I just happened to see it. I was like, oh my God, she smoothed it out for me. Yeah, I think
no, Rhonda, my brain wouldn't pop. It's more those trying to get into cybersecurity, whether it's a job transition or right out of school. I think when it's your first job in this industry, it absolutely needs to be 1 page. Grab their attention real quick.
One thing I do love about B-Dub is she's not shy. When she wants something, she's like, I'm serious about this 1 page now.
Mm-hmm.
You do what you want, but I'm about that 1 page life. I was like, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, but when you have more experience, like PBO, if it's 12 pages, then make it 12 pages.
No, I had ageism. I told people I took 10 years off the bottom and took my dates off of my degrees. My callbacks went up exponentially. So I think I need to be closer to 2 pages. I had like 4, but it was from like 1995. So.
And so I just pulled up the next one here. And so this is actually the same person. You can see that it looks like it's the exact same summary. But they have like a reduced one, and then they have their full resume. So this is 2 different versions for the same person. And this one at least has the bulletin points. Like I would probably use the same bulletin points off of this one. The bulletin points look way better. But still using the STAR method, implement that.
I got one minor thing I want to get B-Dub thing. I do not like founder and CEO for some reason. I would put principal. No. That just seems too heavy for me. So I don't know.
And if you're applying for a company, they're not gonna like it because they're like, is this person gonna come take over my company or what's up with that?
Like he got principal, I would put principal, consultant, or something else.
Mm-hmm.
Just my 2 cents on that.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna down the vine on that one. I'm not gonna down the vine on that one. That just jumped out me. It kind of rubbed me the wrong way a little bit.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think it's great, but not when you're applying for jobs on your resume.
Yeah.
It gives the wrong impression to the company.
Now, if you're trying to be like vice president, so you can say, okay, if you like vice president, you can say, okay, he has his own company, he's gonna run this big division, right? But if you're just trying to get in cybersecurity as a individual contributor, I hate that term, contributor, I would change that to like principal or something else.
Yeah, what were you actually doing? Manager or something, not founder and CEO. Yeah. That, and then also, I think a lot of that, especially for those founder CEO positions, that's way too big. So not only were those older, but then also that takes up way too much of your space there. And then it looks like you left a lot more out on the more present roles. So, but at least you have the bulletin points on this version of it. And then this is the second page here. So you could see they did a completely different format. And then you could see their additional stuff here. One of the key things that I note here is that they, like for CompTIA, I hope you guys can see this on the YouTube side, but so for CompTIA, they listed out their stackable. So, which I thought was interesting. I don't think I've really seen that put on resumes before, to be honest.
I don't think I haven't either. I haven't either.
Yeah, so if you're unfamiliar with it, so with CompTIA, if you get, they have I'll find the link for it in a moment, but if you get a certain series of certifications from them, then you get what's called a stackable. I think they call it a stackable certification or stackable title. And so, like for an example, they have the CIOS, which is IT Operations Specialist, stackable. And so, like that would be like a combination of like the Sec Plus, the Pen Test Plus, and the A Plus. For an example, I don't know what it is offhand. I don't see a reason why you would list the stackable on there. Like you already are showing what certifications you have. I've never seen anybody put the stackable ones on there. And those are much less common. Unless maybe the job is actually asking for one of those stackables. Would probably be the only case that I would put that on there.
Yeah, if it's on the job description, you could add it, but I've never seen them. It also looks kind of different the way, and I understand why, but the way for CompTIA, you have security plus pen test plus all in one line, and then below that it's one per line.
Yeah, I would also reorder that too. So like I would put the SciSA, like I would try to prioritize from the highest to the lowest. So like the SciSA, the Pen Test Plus, the Net Plus, Project Plus, A Plus. So I would try to prioritize that from the biggest one to the smallest one too.
Yeah.
So
I like that.
Yeah, because like that A Plus and Project Plus are in the middle, which I think is just weird. That SciSA I would definitely have.
Yeah, that should be the first one.
Yeah, that's the big one.
I think the education portion is good. What they had on the right-hand side, I believe, was actually the college or the school itself and the date, which I thought was interesting for the format.
Would you customize it depending on what job you have? You would show different certs down there, maybe to make it a little shorter.
I mean, I think it depends. So the reason that this individual has two different ones is the first one that we looked at is a dumbed down version, basically. Mm-hmm. So if they're applying to a non-senior position, they don't want to list out 12 different certifications or whatever they have. Because they have, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. So technically they have 10 different certifications. So they have one where I think the first one only listed 3 or 4 or something like that. And then this is their full one for applying to senior role or management role. So I think that this is great. If you're applying for more of a senior role to list out all of it, I would just try to prioritize it as far as the certs go.
Well, if it's a more senior role, do you really even need Network Plus and A Plus on there,
Probably not, but I would still put it on there. So. Just because, I definitely put it at a low priority, though.
For sure.
Because, this should just be one line.
Well, I just wanted to point out something real quick.
Oh, yeah.
This one. There it is. AB said, personally, I don't think any resume should be longer than 2 pages, with all due respect. Just my opinion. I just want to say I'm offended by that, No.
That's funny.
With all due respect.
He should have hit you with this one. No disrespect, then disrespect you. That's the one I like.
Yeah. No offense.
No disrespect, but I'm about to disrespect you. I love when people tell me that on YouTube. No disrespect, PBR. I'm like, I'm about to be disrespected.
Yeah, and I think it does depend on the job. If you're applying to something like Amazon, for an example, with making that $700,000 a year, whatever, then yeah, I'm going to probably have more than 2 pages. But, and also something I didn't know about until we started these types of meetings is the federal resumes too. I think they require 5 pages or something, or they have special requirements. That's another good call out on that too.
I forgot about that. You're right about that. They do.
Yeah, and another thing mentioned here too is that that Space Taco's resume had because none of my bullet points ever had metrics. Ooh. I mean, there's a lot of people who get jobs all the time without the metrics portion. I think it's beneficial if you can at least add. You need something in there, I would say. But with how competitive the job market is, I think you literally, while you're crafting your resume, looking at the STAR method and trying to identify like my hardest thing is like with the positions I've held before and everything else, how can I make that relevant to the cybersecurity realm or the GRC realm and so forth? And trying to find those metrics. But yeah, I think because of how competitive it is, I'd prefer to.
You gotta have metrics.
Yeah. I mean, you could have absolutely gotten a job without metrics, but right now it's so competitive, and especially with remote jobs, there's so many people applying to the same job. You've got to do something to set yourself apart from the rest, and metrics are where it's at. Explaining what you've done for a company, you know, whatever that is, not your day-to-day tasks, not, hey, I clocked in and checked emails. It's overall big picture. What did you do for that company?
And yeah, Dwight, so that message that you sent was a couple minutes ago, that the last version looked like they hardly had any, at least with the certification portion. Yeah, so like in the job market now, like even people who have years of experience are having issues getting a job. And so as we all know, that's how you pay your bills. And so like they have one where they're applying to like more entry level roles, which they have to literally dumb it down, because if they've had difficulty, having all these certifications and training,
they look overqualified.
Exactly. They've actually had calls with recruiters. This particular individual has had calls with recruiters saying, you're overqualified for this position. We're not interested. They've had like 2 different recruiters tell them that. And, so they had to make a dumbed down resume.
Facts.
So, yeah. Just for additional context there. Oh, welcome, Larry.
Shout out to Larry. Oh, Chris, that was from Netflix, the one I shared in the Discord. It went from what? 100 to 750. It was something crazy.
Let me double check. That you shared in the Discord?
Yeah. Or was it just between me and you? I'll go look too.
Clicky puppy paws. Was that me? Probably.
That's you. Your dog is running.
That's my clicky puppy paws.
Shout out to the puppy.
She follows me around everywhere.
You see it, Chris?
That's why I keep muting myself.
I thought I put it in.
What was it that you sent me, PBO?
What's it? I'm looking now. I thought, I'm looking. I'm old. Did I send it to you? What the hell did I? I'm looking.
Yeah, Space Talkers mentions, I've heard the more senior the role, the longer the resume. Yeah, I think that there's still a limit. Like more senior the role, definitely. But yeah, because like if I'm applying to like one of those Amazon positions we talked about before, like that's going to be multiple pages. But just because they're going to want to know that they're getting their money's worth, I guess. But
you still got to catch them on that front page in that first 5 seconds.
100%.
Correct. So AB Showtime, we can go through your resume tonight as well. Just shoot me that on Discord. So go ahead and just send me a private message on Discord, and we'll get that taken care of.
I mean, I do want to note he did say a resume, not his resume, so it could not be his.
Correct. Yeah, I mean that's possible. So I just have to make sure that it doesn't have any, information on there, but. And then also Phil mentioned, was that the Netflix security? Oh, is that what you were trying to mention, PBO, is the Netflix security?
Yep. I put it in GRC team line.
Okay. Yeah. I know what you're talking about now. Phil recalled it.
Okay.
But yeah, so Phil asked, was that the Netflix security engineer post? Yeah, I think like the max salary for that post was like $720,000 or something.
It's 750.
And then also like
Don't short.
And yeah, and then like last week or the week before, we were talking about Amazon and their Loop interviews, and they have like 300K and up.
Facts. No, you're right. It's 720. I just looked. The number was so big, I need glass. It was 720.
Oh well, I mean, Dwight, if you wanted to come up and discuss it, I mean, you're more than welcome to. So yeah, I'm gonna go through a few more resumes here and so forth. But yeah, so in short, let me go ahead and pop this open over here. But so it looks like Dwight wanted me to mention, so next week, discussing introduction to IAPP and takeaways from studying and passing the CIPM. So CIPM and CIPP US. So Dwight's also going to be presenting, discussing about studying for those privacy certifications, and then also about the IAPP. And I believe that's going to be, correct me if I'm wrong, Dwight, but I think you were aiming for around 20 minutes or so. And so we'll probably talk more about privacy, those certifications, and like some of the domain of knowledge for that, the book of knowledge regarding those certifications as well and what they look for.
I got Dwight, did you want on LinkedIn? There was a guy that got a master's degree and he wasn't getting any more traction. And I put the master was a boomer trap. I was thinking about expanding on that maybe in a video. That got a little conversation. So I don't know. So I'm thinking about maybe expanding on that.
So I do want to bring this up. AB said the resume is online for anyone to see. And I don't know if that's the case for this. I just wanted to point out that I see lots of people posting their unredacted resumes online, showing the companies they've worked at, their cell phone numbers. Please don't do that.
Why not?
I just wanted to make a point.
I'm with you 100%, but I just think that's the word. I'm with you now. Now, you know, I'm the most grumpiest person, but I see a lot of people doing that.
Are trying to get a job in information security, but they're not even securing their own information. I mean,
that's a good point. And for me, then, you know, you opening yourself up to start using AI to start phishing people because they got your company you work for, right? So you can start crafting some killer phishing stuff. So
they have your cell phone number.
Facts.
Yeah, I think that's a really, really good call out. So I'm not exactly sure what you mean by that. The resume is online for anyone to see, Space Tacos. So definitely go ahead and send me that resume or the link or whatever else, AB, on Discord DMs, and I'll take a look at it and see about doing it tonight. But yeah, just I think that's a really good call out though, B-dubs, just because like I've seen so many different people post on LinkedIn or in Discord and just sharing their information publicly.
Yeah.
Especially working and trying to get into the industry. You know, it's information security, and so people who work under information security are even at a higher risk of phishing attempts and different various social engineering attempts, or even identity theft. And so if they know your entire background, they know where you work, they know what area you lived in, you know, they have your phone number, email, full name. You know, like I've seen people put their middle names online and so forth. It's just more information you're throwing out there for anybody to see.
Right.
LinkedIn.
And he said she doesn't have any PII on it, and that's great. And yeah, I wasn't sure about this situation. I just wanted to bring it up because I have seen it a lot in Discord, on LinkedIn. Yeah, just don't do that. Don't make yourself a target.
And so also Dwight mentioned, I think it's part desperation, but yeah, it's a no. Yeah, I think it's perfectly fine to go through and upload your resume, be like, hey, could I get opinion on this and so forth. Just take out your email, take out your phone number. You know, just don't put your private information in there. Like you could even take out like the cities that you worked. You could have the state, but like I would take out the cities, just redact it.
Yeah, you can absolutely post
the best
it.
Strategy.
Just don't put your personal information for the public.
Exactly. And I think PBO was going to mention LinkedIn regarding that, right?
Yeah, a lot of people. I think I'm bad on LinkedIn. I just never put my current job I'm working at, but I think I'm bad about that myself. I just never put the current job I'm at, so at least I know. So,
yeah.
So that's one thing I never do.
Yeah, and so like what I ended up actually doing is on LinkedIn, I don't have the actual company names, and I did modify some of the different cities as well, just to be on the cautious side.
Yeah, I might go change mine up now. You got me thinking. Go ahead, yeah.
Yeah, just because, there's no reason people need to publicly know that. Like if I'm applying to a position, they get that information.
PBO, we may need to do a working session together later.
Maybe. Yeah, I've been doing. Then after a while, I mean, with OSINT, you can easily track people down. Though now it's like, dude.
Oh yeah, it's crazy.
I'm kind of in the middle of that. I'm like, so I'm just like, Shout out to the Dynamic Duo. I'm gonna check them out on December the 5th. PBO will definitely be in the house supporting them.
All right, so this one is a 1-page at least. So I'll pull that up here in a second, AB. But yeah, so yeah, next week on the 5th, next Thursday, we'll be starting out with that presentation.
Yeah, Dwight has me about ready to go take my CIPP.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's the privacy part is a big thing, and also another mention. Every single Tuesday, we're doing those videos as well for privacy. So that's another big thing to be on the lookout for. Every Tuesday at 11 a.m. Central. Yeah, get that redacted, Space Tacos. Please. So every the last Thursday of every single month, we're going to be doing this group resume review and job readiness. So that's going to be the specialty the last Thursday of every month. And you guys could cement that by just messaging me on Discord or otherwise. We just want to make sure that they're redacted. And then we also have that method inside of the Discord if you go over to Submit Resume channel.
That's the only thing holding me back, Dwight. Come on, y'all. It's just expensive, like all of them. But I'm not going after any others either. It's all just expensive.
Chris, do me a favor.
Yeah, what do you need?
After this, at the end, show that Netflix job. Go ahead and go to the resume, but just show the Netflix job at the end.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, you're good.
It's just motivation on a holiday.
Yeah, I'll just go ahead and pull that up real quick so we can get that out. All right, so this is the one that, let me double check if this is up. Yeah, let me change this around. So this is the position that PBO had shared, the job opening. So security engineer L5 governance and assurance with Netflix. 100K to 720K is what it shows here, remote full-time.
I mean, sign me up, right?
I do
not want Yeah, there's another privacy thing there. Yeah, share my information with the recruiter. And then I'm going to go ahead and swap over to this. So this is the actual careers page. And I'll drop this link in the chat here in a second too. And then let's just go ahead and look over this. So there's some of the information there for now. And let me get this in chat. Yeah, and also Space Tacos mentioned redacting on LinkedIn now.
Facts. Somebody need to do
Gotta undox yourself, Space Tacos.
I might be with Space Tacos myself.
Yeah, exactly, Rhonda. So 100K to 720,000.
I'm in the middle.
Are there any portions that you want to point out?
No, I was just kind of glancing at that salary. I was like 700. That's just crazy.
So second line enterprise governance and assurance engineer, L5. Could you describe what they mean by second line? Is that second in command?
No. It's like help desk. You know, they have one. The second line is you probably
tier
write.
2?
Yeah, you probably write tier 2. You probably doing RFPs and R5s knowing Netflix. They probably got so many vendors coming in. You probably have to check their stuff. Then the engineering part, once you go through there, they talk about checking scripts, checking architecture, checking, you know, and you see it right there, design, implement automation for a partner trust and insurance. So under key
Yeah.
responsibilities.
Now, out of curiosity, do you think that so this was posted on the 26th? Do you think that this is in regards to a open position following the recent fight in Netflix's issues?
Probably, just probably, because a lot of times when stuff happens, that's how you grow your departments. I forgot about that happened to them. So yeah, probably 100%.
Yeah, and so looking at some of the key responsibilities here, so design and implement automation for partner trust, assurance, compliance, and regulatory activities, especially for SOX.
Yeah.
So SOX, the Sarbanes-Oxley.
Yeah.
Right.
For the financial stuff. Yeah.
PVO's got a video on that. Several videos on that.
I don't think I got any on SOX.
Yeah, you do.
On SOX?
You did one just on SOX like in the last 6 months.
I thought I did the one on the SOC, not the SOX.
Apparently, Chris knows your YouTube better than you do, PVO.
He might, man. I do a lot of stuff. I'm old. I be forgetting.
I'll find it.
I be forgetting. I don't think it was. Maybe hell. I gotta go check. But yeah, that's something I need to get better on, the SOX and the SOC. So those two is I need to get better at that. I do a little of that now for the financial standpoint, but I need to get better, especially on the automation. So I'm going to work with Power BI, System Manager, and AWS Config to kind of start working on that automation and checking on the, like they said there, the trust and assurance. If it has to be FIPS 140-2 encryption, we talked about GDPR. You got to check your cookies and how many do you have all the cookies on? Data sovereignty, where is that data located at? Is it in Europe? So we have to be doing GDPR. Is it in Cali? So because you can check the regions on your stuff where it's at.
I mean, I just want the chocolate chip cookies.
Well, that's what I find interesting about posts like this is this gives you insight into what these types of companies are looking for.
Facts.
And so like design and implement automation, risk assessment frameworks, SOX processes, evaluate risks and develop security standards, reporting metrics, dashboards.
That's the thing I want to work on, the shit, creating those dashboards.
Well, and one of the other things here is also policies for information and data governance. So that's a really important part in collaboration with business areas.
Yeah, we talked about that a lot. Yeah, that's the thing when you go to those, like when we were talking about the BIA, business impact analysis, you interview those business areas to see which business functions that they ranked high, medium, or low. And you got to figure out what technologies are implementing those business functions to come out with your probability and your impact. So
you also, I was going to mention, so this document and report for failures and inconsistencies, but also at the bottom here, I'm actually surprised that this isn't. So they say that it's helpful, but enterprise risk management, ERM, and business continuity experience, helpful. I'm surprised that's not ranked higher for a position like this.
Well, like we talked about this, and I say this a lot, y'all be ignoring me, is most people are not doing anything close to that. That's why I think they say it's helpful. I've been in the game.
Maybe they should. Maybe it shouldn't be marked as helpful.
I think, like I said, only the top of the pyramid companies are doing that. Right.
But also, isn't it typically the top of the pyramid companies that are hiring GRC teams?
Even they're not doing it. So I'm just
come on, PVO, don't.
Like we talked about,
don't make me bang my head against the wall again.
Like we talked about that. So we do it bottom up. Like when you do your vulnerability scans, your compliance scans, and your CVE scans, right? They give you rankings about how they getting hacked. So a lot of times people do risk from that level. They don't do it from the enterprise. Like y'all want to do 39 and 37 and 30. Most people don't do risk at that level.
Look at this beauty.
Boo.
They're asking for NIST CSF 2.0, ISO 27001, and PCI. Yeah, and then they're also looking for GDPR, NIS2, Cyber Resilience Act.
Shout out to the white. And Korea. Wow.
Damn.
They didn't say Europe. They didn't say Brazil. They didn't say Canada. They said, I don't think I've ever seen Korea on a business. On a job
I think you have a video on that. You've talked about the NIS2 before, I believe, right?
I have on that. Cyber resiliency too. especially from a DR perspective. I got a couple videos on that, but I don't think I've ever seen Korea. That's unique. I don't think I've ever seen Korea on a job description.
Yeah, and that's what I find interesting about looking at this kind of stuff. So this is definitely a senior role, it seems. But,
super senior.
Yeah. However, gives you really good insight into different things that these companies are working with and different things that to be familiar with. Get your leg up, especially later on. Even if you're just breaking into GRC, for an example, this gives you an idea of like, oh, okay, this is where the industry's leading, because it's companies like Netflix that are leading that way. So like they're using CSF apparently, they're using ISO, they're using they have to use PCI, but
that's a good point, Christopher. South Korea in the industry of entertainment, that's 100% correct on that.
Yeah, and that's
100% correct.
And then also looking at what their requirements are, because it's just like ERM, business continuity experience helpful.
I might do a video on Korea. I might do the KSN.
Yeah, come on, PBO, slacking. I want a course on it now.
So this stuff we are going to talk about some of that in the course. But I just thought that was interesting. That just caught my eye. The dollar amount, and like what you said, is kind of what I do is, what are they looking for? What skill set are they aware? Am I comfortable in that arena? I didn't like the CSF 2.0, but it's all good.
And Dwight, that position right there was up to $720,000 or $750,000 for that position for Netflix. I think I dropped the link for it, right? Yeah, I dropped the link for it in chat as well. And then I just pulled up this one here. So this is the next resume, and then I'll pull up yours, AB. And then I'm also going to drop the link for the stage again if anybody else wanted to come up. So this one is 3 pages, B-dubs.
They breaking the rules. Big time.
And yes, Rhonda, that's a good point as well. Pay is definitely an indicator of experience required.
Facts.
She beat me to a fact.
Yeah. Unless you're somebody like PBO or Becky Gaylord or Rhonda, I would not be applying to that.
PBO just gonna do it for
doesn't hurt to.
Yeah, even 400, man. I'm gonna give him a discount, man. I'm just gonna do it for even 400.
Give him a discount.
A discount, man. Little 400. That's crazy.
So Space Taco's first call out on this resume here is the skills to be bulletined. I don't honestly, I think my biggest issue with it is the fact that they look so large.
There's some, I don't know, because they're not lined up. Something about there is not, and I'm not even a great format. It's something about it I don't like.
Yeah, I just don't like the font and how large it is. But
it's
points would help with that.
It's like it's a text bullet that was copy and pasted from somewhere, as opposed to actually turning the bullets on in Word.
Thanks for joining the party, Dwight. And yeah, for anybody else who has to hop out or otherwise completely understand, I appreciate everybody tuning in tonight. I mean, it is Thanksgiving, so definitely happy Thanksgiving again. But yeah, I'm going to go ahead. So we are at 2 hours and 15 minutes roughly. Exactly 2 hours and 16 minutes now. But I'm going to go ahead and keep running just because we have more content to go through and I got nothing better to do. So no harm if you guys got to drop though. Thanks for popping in, giving your perspectives and everything else. I appreciate getting people's time. It means a lot. So you guys agree that it looks odd for the skills section?
Yeah, I don't like that.
Yeah.
Something's missing. I don't know if the font's too big compared to the other ones. So.
Dwight's about to get his second plate though, but I already beat him to it. I got my second plate.
I already got the itis, Dwight. I already got the itis, so I'm shutting it down.
One of the things I don't like is the spaces in between the bulletin points on the experience. I don't like the space in between.
I don't like it either.
I also don't see metrics, especially in the most current role, the present role. And I think the formatting, so the text formatting throughout, maybe it's just the presentation that I have this. So this is a PDF that I'm using through Restream here, and so like even the title, the job descriptions, the job titles, they just look abnormally large for the font. I don't really like.
Space Tacos, I like a single page and bullet points. Both of them, please.
So demanding.
At least I know what I want.
And then, so the second page out of 3. So it looks like the same thing continues here. For some of the older positions, so like the middle one here is ended in 2012. So I don't feel you would really need to. I think you could condense that down a lot. At least you have more metrics in here, though. But that takes up a lot of space, and that was over 10 years ago. But this is for a senior role. Yeah, definitely less space between the bulletin points. I say take that new line out in between the bulletin points. And then the projects, it looks like the projects ended up getting cut off. That could also be what I'm using to stream it. Let me double check. I'm going to pull it up separately because I'm kind of curious now. Oh, okay. So yeah. So yeah, the projects is cut off to the third page. And I think if you were to take out this new line in between the bulletin points, you could probably fit it all on the same page. And then also I think a lot of those bulletin points could be reduced, especially for the older roles. That would be some of my key things that I'm looking at.
Well, and like the bullet points under the experience the bullet points everywhere should look the same. So additional information, those bullet points have extra spaces, as well as the ones on the front page.
Yes, that's correct, AB. It is a 3-page resume. Wazoo sim deployment. And so this is the project section too. I mean, to be honest, I kind of like the fact that it's split up, but I mean, I think you could be more to the point with the projects themselves. Because this is a lot of material to read through for just projects, in my opinion. But it is in bulletin points. There also, I noticed that they did previously put the metrics in bold, and then now on this page here, they're not in bold.
I like that.
Additional information. And then at the very, I have to look at the full thing here. So at the very bottom, they have skills profile and Credly. I'm assuming, so here they don't have it hyperlinked, but I'm assuming that is I'm assuming that, that's for their profile. I would probably put the Credly at the top of the resume. Like where you put your name and phone number and so forth.
Yeah, if those are links, they should be at the top with the name.
Yeah, that would be another thing there. And then I'm going to share this other page here. So this is the next one. So this is the one that AB Showtime shared. And this is a website. However, it does have an email listed, but since it's on the website, I suppose. Let me go ahead and close a couple of these tabs here. And then I'll also show this other one. There's another one here too that we can go through. Yeah, it looks like they have the Credly link, but yeah, I would definitely put that at the top. Let me adjust this a little bit. All right, yeah, that comes out a lot better. So that's the majority of the first. So this does state that it's a one page. And so this is posted on a website. I don't know. I personally don't really care for the dashes rather than the bulletin points. Like that's a very small thing, I would say. But I would use the actual circle bulletin points in preference. And the skills portion, I think the skills portion looks fine though. The Packers score is now 14-3 over the Dolphins. And then Sean Go mentions that education should go on the bottom. So I could see education up at the top just because it looks like this person just got out of school or they're still a student. So they just graduated, it looks like, this year with a 3.94 GPA, mind you. Nice. So I could see having the education at the top. But this is the only portion of the resume. So, yeah. I don't think it's a big deal having the education at the top. You could put it under work experience, but it is all on one page. But as coming directly out of college, like I don't think that's a bad thing.
Yeah, I think coming out of college it should be at the top. But yeah, if it's like school from 10 years ago, it should go at the bottom, you know.
Yeah, and so Space Tacos, so the bulletins, the actual descriptions for the positions for the work experience, those are dashes and not bulletin points. They're not the typical bulletin point. They're just using dashes. Yeah, and so Rhonda mentions it needs a summary. How long do you guys think that the summary should be? 2 sentences, 3 sentences?
I think 2 to 3 is sufficient, but you really want to kind of real quick explain what you can do for a company and you know, anything you want to highlight real quick.
Yeah, you can also see up here. So this is on the website, so that's the resume portion, but you can also see like a summary about above this. And then I'll go ahead and share the link directly because it is on a website anyways, but AB did say we can go ahead and share it. It is a little bit harder for you guys to see on this end. Let me see about making this full screen. And then the link's in the description as well. But yeah, I think the resume itself, because they also have a download link here. But yeah, I would say having a summary as well would be important. Which is what you were saying too, right, B-dubs?
Yes, that is what I was saying.
I think I cut you off there. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. I had gotten up for a second.
Oh, you're fine. Yeah, I try to go, especially when I'm sharing my screen, I try to use the same monitor. So going back and forth, get distracted, but yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm just working on that second plate of food, you know.
Slacking.
I know, you are.
Yes, and like AB also mentions, this is a one-page resume.
Well, I mean,
adding the summary would be beneficial.
You could keep it a one-page resume and still add a summary.
Yeah, and I'm going to zoom in more here now that it's full screen. So you could also see here awards and honors at the bottom. I think that's really good to throw in there.
I think it's great as a recent college graduate. Like a professional, it would depend on what those awards and honors are. You don't want to include your college ones, though, if you're not a recent graduate.
And Brenda, who was in chat earlier, is actually in this realm for creativity and so forth. This particular person, like at the top here, 2D and animator and illustrator. So like this isn't what we typically go through for like cybersecurity, information security, GRC, but I think the layout's really strong. I think they did a wonderful job, and they added a little bit of color here as well.
Overall, it looks great, but in a different industry, it's going to be different, especially, you know, it's a different job market, different people, different type of person doing the hiring.
Yeah, I would put the actual bulletin points rather than the dashes. And then also another thing I would note too is you could put the portfolio on the same line as email and then put a summary right below it. So let's see. In her so Brenda also mentions in her social media internship, if she has access to any metrics or improvements in metrics, that would be very good to put here. Performance marketing experience is everything in the current market. Yeah, and AB, like this is just like really kind of out, I would say a little bit out of scope on it. But yeah, the first page is a video. So yeah, 2D animator and illustrator. As far as the website goes, I mean, I think the website's strong. So I have a little bit of experience with like the web development end of it and so forth, and I think that the website that is put together is very good. One of the, I mean, and that probably goes with the fact that they're a designer. I think it is interesting how they decided to go with a white background with their logo though, rather than a transparent one to match the banner. But maybe, you know, that has something to do with the design aspect. All right, and then there's another one here too. So like this was shared earlier. So I'll go ahead and...
Hopefully she's already redacted it by now.
Yeah, exactly. So this was shared in chat earlier, and I pulled it up for us to look at as well. Yeah, there's education experience page here. And then I dropped the link again too. Yeah, the first page, AB, just has a video there. Yeah, and also like Brenda also mentions, nice work on the layout. Also agree on the bulletin points rather than the dashes, more eye-catching. Yeah, so summary, maybe put that portfolio link on the same line as the email and yeah, the summary portion. Yeah, as far as the website goes, I think it's awesome. Yeah, and Brenda's saying the same thing.
You better hurry up and get on that, Space Tacos. We're coming for you.
My gosh. OPSEC level 0 Space Tacos, you have been downgraded.
What a fail.
Oh, I know what links I'm not clicking on. No.
All of them.
Yeah, exactly. Everything. It's all hot. I think it's pretty neat that you have this up. Let's see.
I mean, I love that header.
Yeah.
That top portion.
Running off of WordPress. Nice. Okay.
Oh, great. WordPress is my favorite.
Yeah, the theme name is called Nanospace. Sounds like a free one, probably. Oh, and it's running on theme version 1.2.4. Let's see here. No.
Gotta patch it.
I'll stop. Let's see. So let me go back to that. So on your home page here, you said that these are projects. So
yeah,
I personally would add
video.
Yeah, I would add a header right here above these that actually state projects. Because off the bat, I don't think that these are projects. I'm just thinking right off the bat that it's, just your blog or something.
Yeah, at first glance, I don't know what that is other than blog posts.
Yeah, so you can add a header right above these and just say projects. You also have this other page here that actually says projects. So projects in progress, and then you have links out to it. I see that, so these links, let me zoom in. It might be harder for you guys to see. Okay, yeah, I do have it full screen, nice. So these links here are actually going to those organizations or those agencies. So like the FSMA page, the 53 NIST page, CSIS page, CMMC page, and so forth. That's a lot of projects in progress.
I was just thinking that's a lot of auditing in progress.
Yeah, I feel bad for you.
I wouldn't want to be Space Tacos right now.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, yeah, so completed projects will be posted individually on the homepage. I don't know how out of date this might be. I'll check chat again here in a second, but I don't know about going off and just listing out a bunch of different projects in progress. Like I would probably say like maybe upcoming projects or, in the pipeline or something like that.
That's actually a really good point. I think you should have like one project, maybe two that you're focused on right now, and then upcoming. So it doesn't look like you're kind of spread thin everywhere.
Yeah, that would be one of the big things I would change is, maybe list 2 or 3 that you're currently in progress on, and then like in the backlog or upcoming or something along those lines. Because this looks like you're just trying to balance a bunch of stuff when you say project in progress.
She does say she's very busy trying to learn all the things. So maybe she just is very busy.
Yeah, I know for a fact she is. Yeah, very busy trying to learn all the things.
Facts.
And then I'm just checking up on chat again. The links up on the top left also work. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, so credentials. Badges. I don't see a link to your Credly. So you say that you have these badges, but I don't see a link to Credly or anything.
Gotta catch them all.
RHIT. What's the consensus? What do you guys think about having expired credentials? You know, so this one says, it expires this year, so
maybe don't like state expired. I feel like that part looks bad, but I think, well, I don't know the laws and ethics behind it. I'm not familiar with that one actually, but and that is not, is that, yeah, that's relevant, right?
yeah, so healthcare information technician, I would say, still applies.
Yeah, but so my point is, if you pass the test, I mean, you pass the test, whether it's expired or not.
Yeah, I just don't know. I don't know if I would list anything that's expired, though. Because, like, obviously, you're going to have, like, if you put this on your resume, you're going to have to put that it's expired. I don't know how I feel about that. Maybe
I don't like the way that looks either.
Well, so like I could understand going off and doing that. Maybe like this is a registered health information technician. So maybe if you're applying for a healthcare related role or in that industry, then you would mark that on there and just say, oh, it expired this year, because it's more relevant to that industry. But like if you're applying to like retail, maybe I might actually just leave that completely out. I don't know the exact circumstances, so. Yeah, I think it just depends on circumstance. I don't think it's a bad thing, especially if you plan on going back into healthcare. And then let's see. So then the education portion. Whoa. All right. So the education side page has a lot off the bat. So certificate, certified information systems security auditor, manager. These links, I'm gonna go ahead and click on that. Okay, so the links, so I was just curious. So these links actually go to pages that actually describe more information about them, which I think is pretty good. So like for an example, GRC Masterclass, let's go ahead and check that page out. So GRC Analyst Masterclass, learn GRC. No technical background needed. Simply Cyber School is intended to cut through the buzzwords. Valuable marketing skills are the end product students take away. So I am not going to go to every single page, but like one of my recommendations would be to put the skills that you received at the top. So I would actually list the skills at the top and then have the course description, just so that way they get that right off the bat. But yeah, looks pretty good there. Let me see. But yeah, bam. Oh, yeah. I saw at the bottom you have a link to the actual program as well. And then I'm going to go ahead and drop the stage link again. So I don't know how much longer we're going to go. I think I went over everything, all of the resumes at least. I'm just going to double check. Yeah, so we went through those 4. We went through the other one that was submitted. We went through the 2 websites. I'm just double checking everything now. Yeah, so AB, I am not going to display personal information on live stream because it's permanent at that point. So I don't want to do that. The 3 dots. The 3 links at the top, the very top left of my emoji face go to my other sites. Yeah, okay, so yeah, you have like LinkedIn, Instagram, and then also another website. You have a blog? How did I not know you had a blog, Space Tacos?
I mean, how did I not know?
Why are you holding out on us, Space Tacos?
Seriously.
I expect a very well-defined reason why you've been holding out on us. Yeah, no worry, AB. Yeah, let me scroll down here. So yeah, the skills and the continuing education part, I think this is very well done on the website itself. But yeah, so there's also this blog too. So if you click in the top left corner of this website for the RSS feed icon, then it also takes you over to this page here, which is a blog called No Freaking Clue. You also have 2 YouTube channels? What? Space Tacos is going to get interrogated. All right. So what? Tomorrow at noon, interrogation, Space Tacos? So I'm not sure. So if you're talking about the, let me go ahead and zoom this all the way out. So I was zoomed in on the website itself for the skills and continuing education, and yeah, I think that a larger font would actually be beneficial because this is at 100%. It's going to look different on the stream side, but looking at it on my screen, I would like to see larger font. It is pretty small. Maybe 1 or 2, maybe a couple sizes bigger is what I would aim for. Oh yeah. I know about I know about one of the Discords. I mean, at this point, I didn't know about the blog. I didn't know about the 2 YouTube channels and so forth. I know about one of the Discord servers, but now at this point, I wouldn't be surprised if she has another one.
Yeah, she might have like 5 or 10 Discord servers. Knowing her.
Yeah. So that is the link that will take you over to the GRC Audit Treasure Trove, which is run by Space Tacos, and it is an entire archive of information that is extremely beneficial, not only for GRC, but a lot of different sectors. Man, tonight is just mind-blowing with Space Tacos, just, OPSEC level 0 now.
I mean, she claims to only have 1 Discord, but does she really? I don't know.
Correct.
I have to work on those OSINT skills tonight.
Yeah, I highly recommend joining this. I dropped it in chat, so the Discord for the GRC Audit Treasure Trove. It's not really that active. That's what she'll go off and tell you and everything else, but there is a lot of information in there, and there's stuff getting posted in all kinds of different channels in there. All kinds of stuff from job titles to search for other people in GRC, methodologies, learning styles, entire section for mental health. There's a lot of different stuff. All kinds of, like, dozens of categories. Let me see. So let me pop this up. So like AB Showtime asked if the resume includes the Discord server information as well, and should it include the Discord? So my opinion is I think it depends. So I think you could. I think that you could definitely put, so for like a Discord such as what Space Tacos has, is I would list it as a project on my resume. I could see that as perfectly fine, and explain in a couple different bulletin points about how it's an archive of all kinds of different information categorized by type or domain and so forth. You could include how many users are in there or otherwise as a project. That's what I could see being beneficial.
Yeah, I agree with that completely. You have my support.
All right, Space Taco. So now that you shared one of the YouTube channels, what is going to be your normal schedule? Because I see that you joined, you made this GRC Mafia Treasure Trove channel on the 22nd of this month. So what is going to be your schedule?
Tuesdays and Thursdays before PBO? One for each one for each YouTube channel?
I wouldn't say that the GRC Audit Treasure Trove has zero activity. It's kind of hard to measure because everybody uses it as a archive. So there, from time to time, other people will post stuff in there, but like, I know quite a few people who pop in there like once a week and just look at the new stuff that's been posted or otherwise.
Yeah, it's not that it's just not inactive, it's just not a community.
Yeah, it's an archive of information, not for conversational.
Yeah. Right.
Okay, fair enough, Space Tacos, fair enough. And then I'm going to go ahead and... So it looks like we went through everything so far. So we went through, I think, 5 resumes and the 2 websites. I'll go ahead and drop the link one more time. So if anybody else did want to go ahead and pop up here,
back to another 3-hour stream on a holiday.
Yeah, exactly. Mm-hmm. So if anybody else did want to, yeah, I did not expect it either.
I was thinking maybe an hour.
I mean, until you start streaming weekly. So like one of the things I would really like to do is, so like Study GRC is now doing the privacy thing at 11 o'clock on 11 a.m. Central on Tuesdays is when that goes. And then we have our main stream on Thursdays, which is this one, at 6 p.m. Central. And then PBO is usually streaming on Tuesday nights. And then he has been going on Wednesday nights and Friday nights, but it's not a permanent schedule per se, is my understanding. So what would be nice, like something I would love to see, is to be able to collaborate in the community to have something like 5 days of GRC or something like that, because everybody has their own perspective and everything. So like we could have a GRC calendar that we could, all collaborate with and be like, oh, Study GRC has, the privacy thing Tuesday afternoon. PBO has his thing Tuesday night. Our main meetings on Thursday night. This person's doing this on Friday afternoon or whatever. That's something that just collaborating in the community is.
Yeah, I mean, you can start your week off right on Monday morning with B-Dub's blog.
Yeah, exactly. So then we can, fill in the whole week, and then you guys don't have time for your full-time positions.
Yeah, exactly. That's the goal, right?
Yeah, if you do want to stream and so forth, I mean, feel free to reach out. So we do have Restream and everything else already, and the whole 9 yards. So, and then I dropped that link if anybody else does want to come up. I'm going to go ahead and pull this off. Let me go ahead and rearrange a couple of these items here.
It's peer pressure, Space Tacos. Gonna have to stream now.
So, consistency is a giant thing, which is where having a set schedule comes in. But also, it's just like the title of your channel there is GRC Mafia, Treasure Trove, I believe is what it was, if I remember offhand. But, Mafia Treasure Trove. And so, like, it doesn't have to be something that is a regular schedule. You could just be posting, when you have time on different useful things. Now, Rhonda, you don't have a choice.
I think we both clicked it at the same time.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Both me and B-Dubs are like, nah, you ain't getting out of here.
I'm ready for it. Let's go.
Yeah, any way that we could help out, like, yeah.
Yeah, I'm here to help. I can get behind this.
Yeah, and like I met Rhonda at the Simply CyberCon. So, yeah.
Well, and the key here is don't overthink it. Just do it. Who cares?
Yeah, I think that's the biggest issue. It's just like one of my biggest regrets, actually, with the Study GRC portion is we've been running a weekly schedule since November of last year. And, I waited until week 15 of 2024 in order to start live streaming it and recording the sessions. I really wish that's really the only thing that I regret not doing is live streaming earlier on. I was fighting it back and forth, and like Rhonda was around at that time too. I was fighting live streaming because I'm like, nah, it's all good. But I mean, really getting this information out there, having it recorded for those who can't attend and everything else is very valuable. So whether it's making a blog, posting on LinkedIn, making resources, live streaming, there's a lot of different avenues you could use. So, especially somebody like Rhonda can definitely provide a lot of useful information and assistance to the community.
Yeah, I'd love to see her come up with something, create something.
Well, and like
YouTube, blog, whatever.
Yeah, and also like another big thing about it too is you don't even have to have years of experience. Like, a lot of people, soft skills, what you're learning, different things like that is still useful. But also, like in regards to Space Tacos, for an example, a consistent streaming schedule is useful, but it's not required. So it just depends on like what kind of content you want to put out. Like there are YouTube channels where, they'll go a couple months without streaming or without uploading a video. It's all about getting that information out there and sharing. Depends on what kind of content you're doing, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, that's completely understandable, Space Talker.
Oh, yeah. We understand. I'll peer pressure you to do it, not necessarily stay consistent.
Well, and so another thing to throw out there as well is it's just like Dwight coming up to help co-host the privacy stream that we started doing on Tuesdays. You guys are more than welcome to also work with Study GRC directly, and like if you want to do a particular video or documents or whatever, we could also assist with that and put it through the Study GRC channels.
Oh, yeah.
But 100% support going out on your own. So.
We'll
like Space Tacos, for an example, if you did happen to go off and start live streaming or something, we could still run it through Restream here. Like we have the upgraded thing already, so supporting the community, getting the information out there. It's definitely something to think about and discuss further. I want to limit the barriers for people to get information out. $35 million devices under blue pill attack. I think that was up on the Daily Cyber Threat Briefing, wasn't it? Yeah, I'm just looking that up real quick. Yeah, if you wanted to cite a particular article or something. Oh, hey, welcome to the party, Misty-Eyed. Bam!
Welcome to the party, pal.
Yeah, I gotta... Man, anything more than like 5 or 6 tabs, and I'm just... No.
Lost. It's definitely a party then. You got too many tabs.
Yeah, we're currently at exactly 3 hours worth of streaming tonight so far. We went through, I think it was 5 resumes in total, plus the 2 different portfolio websites. So, and then we had some other discussions throughout as well. At this point, I'm just kind of leaving the floor open. So everybody's welcome to join the stage if you'd like. I have nothing better to do personally, but I do foresee us ending this here shortly. However, let me go ahead and see. So let me go ahead and start a poll real quick. So on YouTube, I'm going to start a poll here in a second.
I know, 3 hours and on Thanksgiving. I expected to be here maybe 30 minutes to an hour max. Y'all showed up.
GRC Mafia. Catch me outside. How about that? Now I'm really going to have to start going through and recording, or like you guys said, just on-demand soundboard. But yeah, I really appreciate it. Thank you to everybody who's given us the time for the community and everything else. So we've had amazing, way more turnout than I expected for Thanksgiving night. And I really appreciate it. Hey, Space Tacos, anybody, nobody here is under obligation to stick around. Whatever time you guys do have is appreciated. So, but...
Absolutely.
But yeah, I don't want anybody to feel obligated either. So that's one big reason why I regret not live streaming earlier on when we started the study GRC meetings, because now they're recorded. So worst case scenario, you can come back, watch, what you missed or otherwise. But yeah, I don't want you guys to feel obligated either. So
here's a question. What do you think of the work-life balance working in GRC? A lot of project-based work that was added at the end. A lot of project-based work. I mean, work-life balance, I'm in GRC and I have work-life balance. I think a lot of it, especially with remote work, is being able to set your own boundaries and have your own priorities, whether that's your family or whatever your priorities are outside of work. And then set those boundaries. Don't allow someone to take your time, But overall, GRC has a great work-life balance. But it's up to you to keep that.
Yeah, you hear a lot of people talk about like comparing to blue team or red team. I think red team does have it easier than blue team, of course, but like for blue team, for an example, you get called in on the holidays or otherwise, different things. And so
exactly.
So like a lot of people will look at like a SOC role, like a level 1 SOC center or something like that. And they'll be like, no, I'm going to do GRC instead, because typically you're working set hours. It's, not going to be as common to like get called in if ever, it's way more work-life balance. But I think that also depends largely on the individual. So you have to like respect your work-life balance too, because a lot of the people that I've talked to, and like I've even done this in the past myself, is you allow yourself to work in your off time. It's not that you have to. It's not that it's a requirement or anything like that, but you allow it to happen.
And it's even more
outside of hours.
Sorry, It's even more common with remote work because your work's right there, and it's not like you have to drive to the office to go work. And a lot of my work is project-based, but, and some days I may have to stay an extra 30 minutes to an hour to hit those due dates, but overall, it's not a requirement. That's my own fault that I have to stay late. So.
Yeah, and straight cash only space tacos.
Yeah, and exactly this. All of my projects are done at 3:30 p.m. when I go home. Pick them back up at 7 the next day. That's the way I do it. 4 o'clock, I'm done. I'll catch it the next morning. But you also have to have good time management on your own part so that you can keep up with those due dates and make sure you get your work done in your 8-hour window or whatever it is.
And then also BenTech. I just had it up here a second ago. Wow. So BenTech mentioned hitting the job market, job search in January. So, and then also Rhonda and I think it was Space Talk and Brenda also mentioned that it's really useful for the resume review, especially as a group. So I just want to remind everybody again, so the last Thursday of every single month, we're going to go through and do the job readiness and group resume review. You could reach out to me to submit your resume, or you can also, preferably before the stream itself. Or the best way is actually inside of the Discord. We have a channel that's called Submit Resume. And you could submit it that way to just make sure that it's redacted, and then we have it lined up for the next job readiness and group resume review. But we did these kind of things a couple different times. We just didn't have it, on a set schedule, but it seems it's really useful for the community. And so it's now part of the regular schedule. So the last Thursday of every month.
Yeah, and I really like the ability that we have to have multiple eyes on it, because with resumes, a lot of it's opinion based, and so you can kind of see everyone's different perspectives and why they think a certain way.
Yeah. Well, exactly, and that's where this whole thing comes in, is the community based. I think, like, even I had to get used to like asking for assistance and so forth. Like, just hop. That's what I love about Simply Cyber's Discord, is like you could just post in the general chat or GRC Team Life or Blue Team or whatever, and be like, hey, how do I do this, or where could I learn more? Do you have a recommendation for this, or whatever questions you have, including like the resume portion, and get feedback, get assistance with various things. And getting multiple perspectives is extremely important for anything.
Oh, yeah. And never be afraid to reach out to your community. There's so many people out there willing to help for free.
Yeah. That's just like the Hack Smarter community. I'm always sending people over there because they have the mentor program.
Oh, yeah. Have. I know you're always sending people over there for that mentorship.
Oh, no, that's yours. Oh, which reminds me, I got to add that into that little thing. So, but yeah. Yeah, and also Space Tacos mentions does not work on the weekends, but does tend to work the last part of the lunch, depending on where I am. And I think that's more personal preference too. Like, some people might want to do that. So like one of the positions that I was at before, like I would actually work, like I had a little bit of flexibility. So like I could come in early, I could come in later if I wanted to. Or I could even like work through my lunch break, for an example. So if I wanted to get off an hour earlier, I could just work through my lunch break and then just leave earlier if I wanted to, for an example. Or like move around my scheduling however I wanted.
Yeah, and a lot of times I do end up working through my lunch break just because that's a time of the day where I have better focus. And at the end of the day and first part of the day, my focus isn't completely there yet. So if I'm, working good, I'll just keep going. And then I may take a lunch at 3:00. I might finally eat.
So did you want to talk more? So like Misty, I asked about the Hack Smarter.
Yeah, we both clicked on it again. So Tyler Ramsby has a Discord server.
I'll drop a link.
Yeah, he has a Discord server. He has a community that he's built. And if you don't know Tyler Ramsby, he's a pen tester, and he has some pretty awesome YouTube streams. He'll stream, working through Try Hack Me and Hack the Box and lots of different things that he does. And he's created this Donate What You Can mentorship program. And there's like, I don't know, at least 10 mentors on the list. There's a whole channel in his Discord server where there's a bot that will show you the list, and then you can go to a specific person and it'll tell you more about them. I am actually a mentor on that list. So Chris loves to send people my way for GRC. But yeah, it's donate what you can to a nonprofit of your choice, but nobody is verifying that you actually donate. We don't need your receipts. Yeah, it's just my mind's losing the words. It's a honor program, right? Is that right? Yeah. So it's an honor system. So
that one. Yeah. So just like B-Dubs was just saying, is that like you just donate to whatever cause that you would like for whatever amount. There's like no set requirements or anything like that for it. You book a meeting with one of the mentors of your choosing. Each person has their own like calendar link or scheduling link that you go through, and it's just a donation. Like, donate what you can.
Yeah, and all the mentors there have lots of different backgrounds, lots of different perspectives, various experience levels. So if there's something outside of GRC that you're interested, I mean, that's a great place to go find someone that can maybe help you with some questions you have.
Yeah, and one of the biggest things that I like about that is, although it is a red teaming orientated Discord, which is amazing for that. If you're going red team or in that realm, it's amazing for a lot of other reasons. But a lot of the different people that provide the mentorship, who are part of that mentorship program, they have diverse backgrounds. So you have people who have started companies, worked in other roles. They might not even be a red teamer. So he
he has a GRC practitioner in there, so.
Yeah. And that does make sense to Space Talkers. Yeah, not everybody can do that. They forced to take the lunch. So, I mean, that particular position was nice. I really liked being able to have that flexible schedule because, quite honestly, like most of the time at that position, I would just show up like an hour earlier so I could go home early, beat the traffic.
Yeah, and Space Tacos, I am remote, so that also makes a difference. If I was in the office somewhere, I would 100% be leaving for that hour. Even if I go eat lunch in my car, I'd be leaving.
All right, so I just went ahead and ended the poll there. And so we have 80 out of 6 votes, 83% said yes, we should go through B-Dub's article right now. So the hardest part here is the fact that there's so many good ones. Like there's several really good ones in particular. So
the really fun thing is I totally missed that you even did that poll. I didn't know this was going to be a thing.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody voted yes.
I mean, the people have spoken. GRC Mafia has spoken.
I'm on the spot now. Gonna roast my website.
Yeah, so there's the link right there for the website. So every single Monday, there's a new article that's published. If you wanted to go ahead and do a little intro for that, if you want.
Yeah, so I am posting something every Monday morning. So far, it's been kind of soft skills, breaking in related. So great for the job hunters. I do intend to expand on that and actually, start getting into more GRC related topics, risk assessments, and all sorts of fun stuff. But it's a work in progress.
So keep this info in the video. So what will happen is after our live streams, YouTube has to process our videos. And then, so after about it can vary, but typically within 2, 3, 4 hours, the live stream chat will show again. It's really hard to go through and take all of the links and stuff and put it in the descriptions. But the live streams are not edited whatsoever. And so full, raw, unaltered. And then the live stream chat will pop up on the right-hand side for the recorded video. So those of the people who go through and replay the live stream will have the live chat available after a couple hours following the live stream ending.
If you want links,
all the links and everything.
Well, if you want the links too, that'll be in the Discord in the channel for the live stream chat. So those are always available.
And that's a really good call out too. So recently we were able to go through and add a live stream chat in our Discord server, which is now a permanent archive. So that's actually really, really good call out as well. I'm still getting used to that.
You can search that. I love it.
Did you guys have any particular requests off of this for the article that we go through?
Or questions. I'll take questions.
Yeah, or particular questions either. So I'll go through. There's only been, a few of them so far. So GRC skills, create your own opportunity or create your opportunity. Listening like a hacker. Step out of the shadow. Job hunt smarter, not harder with AI. Go make a friend. Get smart with goals. Hacker mindset in GRC. Insights, tips, and resources. And welcome to my journey. So that's some of the different options. I'll go ahead and give you guys a moment to catch up a little bit.
So Space Tacos asked when I started the blog. I actually started, I think it was back in April, I created the website. I purchased the domain, I created the website, and the reason was because it was something I wanted to do, and I knew if I didn't just do it and set it up, I would never do it. So then it sat for about 6 months, and I went to Wild West Hackin' Fest and in October. So in October, I came home with some extra motivation from that conference, and every Monday since then, I've been posting blogs.
Yeah, I think Space Talk. Are you out of here, Space Tacos? Team Team Replay, or maybe that was just a shout out to Team Replay. Yeah, I think the blog was a lot of peer pressure too.
So much peer pressure. Plus, I had the website up. I just needed to use it, and that was part of my back in April purchasing the domain and just going for it. Was if I don't do this now, I'm never going to do it. And I still didn't do it right away. It sat for a while. And so my first post that says, "Welcome to my journey," that was posted, I think, in April. So that's literally all I had for 6 months. I didn't know where I wanted to go with it, what I wanted to write about. And then it just I'm figuring it out as I go.
Yeah, and another big shout out here too is that you can also, B-Dubs is active in this Study GRC Discord, the Hack Smarter one you're the mentor in, and then you're also in Simply Cyber's Discord too. And so you're also always looking for feedback on what other people want to see too, right? Just as much.
Oh yeah, yeah. I'll take feedback. I do want to throw out there, while I'm in all of those Discords, I'm the most active at Study GRC. It's just really hard to keep up with so many. I am. I'm in Hack Smarter. I don't keep up with. I'm not good at keeping up with it though. So yeah, if you want to chat with me, hit me up at Study GRC, and I'll 100% see it. If it's somewhere else, I might miss it.
And so. Also, if you guys didn't realize, I can go ahead and swap over to this real quick, but we also have a leaderboard. So AV Showtime asked recently in the Discord about there's both achievements and there is levels based on activity in the Discord. And so like B-Dubs is second place right now.
And I just want to note that I have not been working on those brownie points as long as Chris has. So if I have been, I'd be number one, hands down.
Yeah. We'll see about that. Catch me outside. How about that?
Yeah, so Rhonda, yeah, I never know where I want to go with it. Actually, you can ask Chris. When I first started, I'd be messaging him Sunday night, what do I write about? But I'd figure it out, and then I'd go the next week. And now at this point, anytime I have an idea, whether I think of it or someone else brings it to my attention, I just go start a new blog in my drafts. I give it a title and kind of what I'm thinking, and then it sits there. And that way, when I'm ready to write the next one, I already have ideas. I don't have to come up with the initial idea. I just pick which one I want to do that week. What do I want to write about tonight,
And another key thing too is inside of the Study GRC Discord, we created a channel called Feeds, and not only does B-Dubs' articles get published there, but then also I post things in there, and there's a couple other people like PBO, when he makes a video, it gets published into that channel as well. And we're also looking for feedback from the community, because anything with an RSS feed we can have auto post into the Feeds channel. And we really want more input, other podcasts, articles, different things, news sources, and so forth, to feed into that Feeds channel as well. But that's a really good spot to follow, so you can get alerted. But every Monday, she posts another article.
Abby wants to know my secret sauce.
$1 million.
$1 million sold.
You might actually get the secret sauce for making these the top-notch images if you throw out that price tag.
Oh yeah, I'll do a YouTube video walkthrough at that price.
How dare you, Rhonda? Even throw that out there. All right, so let's see here. So GRC skills, create your opportunity, listening like a hacker. So I'm looking forward to actually doing shorter content videos for these to cover a lot of this, because there's a lot of really good stuff. But with this being like the job hunt, so like job readiness and so forth, there's a couple ones that stand out to me in particular. So there's job hunt smarter, not harder with AI. And then there's also get smart with goals, I think are two really good ones in regards to the job readiness, although a lot of these other ones apply too, like listening like a hacker. And GRC skills, create your opportunity.
Yeah, so far I think they've all pretty much been geared towards the job hunter, however relevant to anyone.
Correct.
Focusing on those soft skills.
Yeah, so you guys can definitely look forward to not you, Space Tacos. I was talking about Rhonda calling out, saying take Chris out of the top spot for the leaderboard. Not you, Space Tacos. But yeah, most certainly. I'm gonna go ahead and pick this job hunt smarter, not harder with AI, because like I've seen some of the resumes with that kind of stuff, and I think this has some really good content. So we'll go through this one real quick. But let's see. Man, you need to put like audio at the top of these. That would be some feedback. Who reads these days?
I mean, that's a good point. A lot of times your browser has that already, though.
I don't even know if that would work, to be honest. I could try that.
Yeah, I don't know.
But then we have the AI audio portion. But that's also another reason why we're going to go through and do shorter form content covering these things here too. But so job hunt smarter, not harder with AI. So ever dream of having an AI sidekick to land you a job while you sip coffee? We're not there yet. And I am going to paraphrase a lot of this. But AI can still level up your game as long as you're not just along for the ride. So these tools can give you an edge. But here's the deal, they're assistants, not replacements. Especially in information security, we're providing your skills as everything. AI should support, not substitute your hard work. So let's explore AI, how AI can boost your job-seeking game without taking over. So you're wingman, not your pilot. So in information security, your skills aren't just tested, they're dissected. Credibility and integrity are your bread and butter. Authenticity isn't just encouraged, it's essential. So AI can help, but it doesn't belong in the driver's seat. Here's how AI can assist without overstepping. So different ways that you could use AI to assist you in the job hunt here. So resumes and cover letters, keep your language clear and concise, but make sure it's yours. Recruiters and hiring managers can spot fake details a mile away. So it does mention tailoring your resume. Here's an example prompt actually here too. So write your resume, then ask AI for suggestions. Is it punchy enough? And like this is something that I also displayed as far as like interviewing as well. So I think I have to post that. I posted it in Simply Cyber for utilizing AI to do interview prep for a particular job. But like this is where you can take your resume and don't put personal information in there. You don't want to just copy and paste the whole thing.
Yeah, please don't. You can redact it even with AI.
Yeah, exactly. But you could ask it, is it punchy enough? Is it professional? Is it clear? So that's one way that you can get assistance from it, but still in your wording, you're not asking it to, rehaul the whole thing. Job interview prep. So like I had just mentioned, so that was forethought. So some AI tools can run conversational mock interviews. Once I go through and do a dedicated video on it, I'm sure we can get a link in there for that. So like an example here for interview job prep. So try a mock interview with AI as your virtual hiring manager and get instant feedback. So that's another really good position. And I'll go ahead and cross-post that into the Study GRC Discord as well. I don't think I have yet. So explaining complex topics when it's time to level up on tough concepts, AI can help break it down for you. So like, for an example, zero trust architecture. Asking it to explain it in layman's terms. So like, that's one big thing that I use AI for, is like when I'm reading or when I'm learning a particular topic. If I come across something that I'm particularly interested in, or something I don't fully understand or I want to learn more about, I'll open up AI, or I actually prefer the conversational speech just because it's more natural for me to talk to it and listen audio-wise. And the benefit with that is that also you could always go back to the chat and read the text as well. But like, if I come across something for like organizational culture governance or something like that, I could ask AI, like, could you go into more detail? Like, what policies would be involved with this? What type of job roles apply to this particular sector, or, different things like that. So I think that's a really good call out, is you can, you still have to be careful, because you need to keep in mind that AI does lie. It doesn't always tell the truth. It could be
you still have to fact check it.
Mm-hmm. Use common sense.
Right.
And then, did you guys have any questions up to this point or anything like that? I'm going to go ahead and take a moment here, catch up on chat. Let's see. Yeah, I really need to do that. I'm starting to get a backlog like PBO for video content.
Unless I've missed some, I don't see any questions. Only about my pictures.
Right. Well, and also, so like the read out loud feature, I do use that off and on, but it kind of depends. What I really don't like about it is that it's so artificial. At least with the ones with the browser that I'm using, it's very non-human, very computerized, monotoned. But it can be useful for sure. Do you outsource the design, B-dubs? Oh, you're muted. There you go.
There we go. Yeah. Oh, for my website layout, powered by Ghost. So I use Ghost CMS, and they have lots of different templates. And so I have one of their templates for the overall design, but it's totally customizable. I've picked a lot of the colors and different parts and pieces of it.
Yeah, and I think that outsource the design is in regards to the images or the design tech, branding.
Well, he said the blog said powered by Ghost. Oh. So I think it's referring to my overall layout. Yeah, I use Ghost CMS. So I believe if they host your website, then it is paid. However, they do have an open source option if you're up for hosting your own website. So there's a lot you can do with Ghost. I really like it.
Yeah, and so I personally utilize Ghost as well. I think it's a really good platform. They do have the open source version, so you could self-host it or put it on a VM like in AWS or something like that if you wanted to. There's probably other providers that also provide a service for it, but Ghost does also provide it too, starting at $9 a month. The main limitation being that they also have this subscribe feature for newsletter emailing. And so like for $9 a month, you only get a max of 500 members. Now you do have the option to disable that entirely, so you could just run a blog and not have any members at all as an option.
Which, FYI, my newsletter is not currently working. I'm trying to fix it. It's something that I just launched on the website, but there's some things that I need to work on to get it working. I do have that noted on the front page, but I should probably add it as a banner that shows on every page. I haven't done that yet. So if you try to sign up, it's not going to work. However, if you send me your email address directly, I can manually add you, and it does function because I get my own emails.
Bam.
Yeah.
But yeah, and I dropped a link there too for the Ghost. So that's the paid portion. I can swap over there real quick too. And so you can see how it starts at $9 a month. I think it's a great service. I've used this paid service before. The only limitation being the members. And then you could see that the pricing increases very rapidly. So it can become very expensive if you actually go through and grow that membership base for the newsletter itself. But you can also always move away from them later on too, or you could self-host your own. And you don't have to use the newsletter at all.
As self-hosted and using it as an open source CMS, it's really a great platform. Yeah, I love it. There's so much you can do with it. So much that I don't even know you can do with it yet.
Yeah. All right, and then let's go ahead and go back to the article here. Oh yeah, go ahead.
Right here. So what is Go CMS? Where do I find them? So it's Ghost, like Ghost CMS, and CMS is just a content management system. So that's Ghost. That's, what is it? WordPress. You know. That's just the backend of your website. Ghost.io. No, ghost.org? I don't remember. It's ghost.io.
Yeah, the Pro Edition portion is the .org. But yeah, you can also go through that. Yeah, the IO is the open source website.
Oh, okay. I'm just familiar with the open source side.
Yeah.
I'm not about paying tons of money for it.
Yeah, if you go to ghost.io, it forwards over to the .org.
I gotcha.
But yeah, and then yeah, and personally, I like the name. So my favorite thing about Ghost CMS is the fact that it's so straightforward. The interface, I think, is very, very easy. So that's one of my favorite things about it.
Yeah, it's incredibly user-friendly, but you can also add so much to it. You know, if you have other, actual web developer experience, you can add Markdown, all kinds of different code to it, make it do all sorts. It's very flexible.
So Chef, if you are watching, did you want to come up on stage? I don't know if you're in the live stream or not. But I'm going to go ahead and drop the link again for the stage. I'm going to start going back through this article again here in a moment. But if you wanted to come up on stage, you're more than welcome to. Anybody is welcome to come up on stage and provide their input, come up on mic. You do not have to come up on video.
Yeah, and Misty, it's not going to work. It's not going to let you sign up for my newsletter. It functions if you're already signed up, so I could manually put your email in there if you send me a DM. You absolutely do not have to. I'm working on getting that functionality fixed. It's just a process. But I have a note on my homepage stating that it's not working. I wish it was. Hopefully soon.
All right. Let's see here. DM in Discord?
Yeah, I mean, go for it. I'll add your email. But you don't have to. I hopefully I just have it working soon. So far I have one member though, myself. So I can say that the emails do work. They just have to be manually inputted at this point. It needs some back end work to get the functionality working.
All right, and then, oh yeah, Chef, there you are. So yeah, we're still running. So we're now at 3 hours and 38 minutes.
We're shooting for 4, right?
4. I mean, I think if I remember correctly, I think we could go up to 18 hours or something. I don't know. We'll see what happens.
Let's go.
I mean, we have a whole bunch of articles on this awesome website here, so and I'm sure I can come up with more content. So
tomorrow's Good Friday, so I'm off work, right?
Yeah, exactly. So there's the website link again. We're going through this AI one for being on the job hunt. And then I'm going to go ahead and knock the rest of this out too. If you did want to come up though, Chef, we could always start going through your resume too. Or we could do it next week or something like that as well. So I read part of your message there in the general chat. So I wasn't 100% sure. You can submit that PDF in the ticket that you opened. Oh yeah, no worries at all. I mean, if you wanted to just leave YouTube running in the background, you're welcome to. But yeah, no, you're perfectly fine. No obligations whatsoever. I just wanted to give you the option. That's all. And then I'm going to go ahead and proceed through this part. So this is where we get into the really good part, in my opinion. So the do's and don'ts of AI-assisted job prep. So do make it yours, check for clarity, practice complex answers, and get feedback. So use AI to help phrase your points, but keep it in your voice. So you can do certain types of prompts like, maintain the same language, or one of the best call outs earlier in this article was talking about how you can ask it like let's say you submit your summary, right? And you could ask it something along the lines of like, is this clear and concise for a resume summary? Or do you have any improvement recommendations for the summary for my resume? And see what type of feedback you get, which is, where, you're using it to check for clarity. You're asking, it's still going to be your language, your writing, and so forth. And you're getting feedback. And you could use this on all sections of your resume itself, even like the bulletin points you put. Ask it for clarity and so forth. Practice complex answers. Use AI to refine responses for questions like explaining a technical concept. And this also goes back to like this self-study portion. Like one example of this for job prep would be, if you see something on a resume, if you have questions about like a job description, for an example, you could put that into AI and be like, hey, could you further explain, some of the job duties related to this role? Or am I a good fit based on, this experience? And you could copy your experience in there and be like, how could you use it to assist you with tailoring as well. However, again, use your language and ask it for improvement feedback and not to like rewrite your resume. Some of the different don'ts here, which I probably already kind of skipped over. So let AI dictate your experience. So don't let it dictate your experiences. So be authentic. Adjust anything that sounds too robotic. And that's like one of my biggest things is I would be asking it for feedback and rating the content that I've made. So that way I can make the improvements rather than it doing it for me personally. Add fluff.
And the big thing too on that is just be authentic. Be yourself. because that's what's going to sell in the interview, is whether or not your personality fits in with the personalities that are already there. So if you sell something robotic on a resume that's not you at all, and then they get someone else entirely different in the interview, you know, it just may not be a good fit. You'll have better luck if you're just yourself. And that's with anything beyond resumes as well. Be you.
Yeah.
Don't fake it till you make it, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and like Space Talkers mentioned, ask AI to exfoliate job skills from the description to incorporate into your resume. Yeah, I think that's one of the biggest leverages with the AI portion is getting feedback, getting ratings, getting ideas and so forth for improvement. Don't add fluff. Avoid padding with filler. Recruiters and hiring managers see right through it. Keep it purposeful. So I think we saw that in a couple of the resumes earlier, like in some of the bulletin points. A lot of that stuff was, you know, just overdone, just added fluff. Ignore your instincts. Don't ignore your instincts.
Yeah, all of these add
something sounds off.
There's a bullet point under don't.
Yeah. Yeah, trust your gut. You know your best style. So that all goes back to the being authentic portion. Yeah, I just want to further emphasize the don't portion for all of this. And then guard your data is this next section here.
Redact. Don't sell your information for free.
Yeah, which was something that we mentioned a second ago. So guard your data. It's not just pixels. Everything you feed into AI becomes part of tomorrow's training data. Be selective. And so like another key thing too, like I was talking to somebody the other day about this. And so even though you go off and like they state that, oh, we're not going to use it for training data, that doesn't mean that that's not saved somewhere either. That's where you get a lot of different issues potentially. Because just because you turn off the feature to use your data for training doesn't mean that that's not still saved on a server somewhere or used for another purpose or otherwise. Like you still have, I mean, ideally you read through the privacy policies and what you agree to. However, it's been shown time and time again, ain't nobody got time for that. So it's best to just leave that stuff out. So think of data protection as part of your personal defense in depth strategy. So redact names and personal details with placeholders like your name here, or risk it becoming part of the AI memory bank. So yeah, definitely take out your name, your phone number, your email address. I think the company names might vary a little bit, but it's never too cautious to take that out as well. And then, like I said, like even like on my LinkedIn and so forth, like I even changed some of the cities itself, and like the AI wouldn't need that anyhow in order to provide feedback.
No, it's not relevant for the AI to have that.
Yeah, and then I see Chef just popped in here too. Bam. Yeah, you're up here, Chef, as well. Yeah, you're under no obligation too. We can always go over your resume portion another day or next week or something after our speaker. No worries whatsoever. So I would actually love to hear more about your experience and so forth that you had mentioned regarding the interviews and so forth. Oh.
Oh, yeah. So how do I come up with my next blog topic? That's a really good question. I'm super indecisive. So what I do is I help mentor. And then on top of that, I am active in Discord. I watch and pay attention to the questions that people are asking. I watch and, pick out things that I think could be done better. Anything I want to give advice on or talk about, or I take those things, throw them into my drafts, and start writing on it. Then I just pick one and go for it. After that, I have even, let's see, this week on Monday, I posted a blog. I had actually written a completely different one. And then Sunday, I decided to go a different direction and wrote a different one. So that one is still sitting in my drafts, not posted, not live. Yeah, I don't know how I come up with my blog topics. I just go with the flow.
Damn. Yeah, and then Space Tacos mentions she likes to change the name of the company or departments when using AI for audit reports. Yeah. Yeah, there's no reason why you have to add the real information. So anything that could be sensitive or anything like that, like, yeah, just fill in with mock. Or not at all.
I mean, why not just do a risk assessment for the Krusty Krab? What's stopping you, right?
And then we have another question here. So AB, so what motivates you to write your blog? Clearly you enjoy it based on how engaging your posts are.
So I think if you go into the one I wrote about step out of your shadow, I go into a little bit of detail on some of my passions. I'm really passionate about helping other people, whether it's in cybersecurity or outside of that as well. I volunteer for lots of different things within my own community that are not security related. I just enjoy helping other people. So whatever I can do, I never expected anyone to read it, but if one person reads one blog and takes something from it, then it's worth it to me. So that's kind of my motivation.
Yeah. Bam. Yeah, then that's where we come down to the bottom of this article. That's one of the best things that I like about it. Not only are these shorter form, I would say, compared to like some of the articles that I see published that are, 30, 45 minute reads. These ones are like roughly 5 minutes or less, and it's every single week with really good actionable, information that you could really use.
Well, and on that, I'm not a big reader, and I can't sit and focus on some of these articles, the news and whatnot. It's so hard to just read. And then I end up with too many tabs open on stuff that I'm going to read, but never do. So in my own writing, I don't expect anyone to read something that I won't read myself. So I keep it short and sweet, to the point.
Yeah. All right, and then so then that's the end of this article here. So in the end, the goal isn't to let AI become your ghostwriter. Think of it as your sparring partner, there to sharpen your skills and help you stand out in the job market. So this is just one of the different articles. I highly recommend to check it out. There's 2, 4, 6, 7, 8 different articles now, it looks like, so far, and a new one every Monday now.
Yeah, but that first one that was welcome to my journey, that doesn't count in the, because it's literally like 2 or 3 sentences, I think.
Yeah. And then here's another question. So what tools do you use to research or create the content for your blog once you settle on the topic?
My brain, I don't know. I just start writing, and then I'll read it 500 times and modify it, and there's a lot of changes from my first draft to what goes live.
Yeah, and then we have another resume here now. Let me go ahead and move this around a little bit. So we had this resume just shared in. You can go ahead and... So that was that article there. Let me go ahead and drop this link again. So there's B-Dubs' website again to check out those articles. And then also, like I said, I definitely foresee us going through and making short form content, going over those articles, or at least the highlights. Or here's another idea. I know several of you guys have YouTube channels, and you guys could also go through and do reaction videos to those.
I mean, there's a call to action right there.
AB Showtime.
I mean,
Space
AB's
Talker,
already.
Rhonda.
AB did one for Step Out of the Shadow. Where's the
Damn.
next one?
All right, and so so we have this resume here to go through. Let's see, just getting everything lined out here again. So my key thing that I see right off the bat is that is a massive summary. That is a huge summary. And the margins are large on the left and right with how much content's in there. And this is
I think the summary could be condensed to 2 to 3 sentences is good, but in saying that, 2 to 3 sentences could still be that long. I think it could be like half that length.
Yeah, and you're welcome to come up on mic too, Chef, if you wanted to. Let me see here.
Another thing is definitely adding those metrics in the professional experience really goes a long way in showing your achievements and what you've accomplished within those experiences.
Yeah, the big thing I see, so that summary is pretty big. I think that could be condensed a little bit. I personally would aim for less than like maybe 3 sentences in total. But also, I mean, is it just me or does the text just look a little bigger? At least compared to the other ones.
It does look big.
Yeah, and then looking over this first professional experience here. So let's see, initiated. Okay, so 3. So PCI basically going to the 4.0. So I do see a lack of utilizing the STAR method, maybe. So assisted third-party service providers. So with the attestation of compliance, AOC, and master service agreements, MSA. So what are you guys' thoughts on putting the actual abbreviations in there? So actually putting in AOC or MSA when you already state the meaning. That's one of my call outs, is I'm not sure if those are really necessary per se.
Can you say that again?
And so like right here it states attestation of compliance AOC. Is it really necessary to put the AOC there, and then right afterwards it states master service agreements and then says MSA?
Yeah, I think so.
I don't think that's necessary.
I do.
You think it is?
Because it's a known acronym. So like the PCI DSS AOC, but also you don't want to just put AOC because someone may not know what that is. So you put both. Yeah, I think it's fine to have both.
And so you go through and you say to ensure compliance with PCI requirements. Could that be rewritten differently to say that, maybe you have more metrics that you could throw in there?
So this seems like this has to do with due diligence and making sure the third-party service provider is compliant. Because my first thought was, did you obtain that AOC? And then I think I would focus, if this is due diligence, I would focus that in that direction. And those would be good keywords to throw in there. But if you worked on obtaining that AOC for your own environment or your own company, then I would include a time period. How quickly did you obtain that AOC if you didn't have that before, for example?
Yeah, and I also feel that this, especially the second one, for the professional experience, the bulletin points are pretty long.
Yeah, I agree. You want to have the most information on your most recent experience.
Yeah, and then here's the second page now. The skills section, that is a mess. But that's also for the keywords, I'm assuming, is why it's aligned like that.
For the keywords, however, I still vote that you can add all of those keywords and tailor your resume to whatever job you're applying to, but add those into your experience sections. That way they understand where you got those skills and what your level is. Because in a skills section like that, there's no context. Do you have like a foundational knowledge, or is it something that you've used every single day? They don't know anything about it.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, and then, like you said, you could probably implement that into the job descriptions for a lot of that.
Also, on the certifications, the date being in the second line, the date could go over on the right side, and then those are one line, and you could, remove the spaces between them as well and condense that whole section into just 3 lines. See you, Space Tacos. Thanks for hanging out.
Thank you for hanging out and everything, Space Tacos. See you tomorrow. So, Chef here is having issues with talking on here. It doesn't show that you have a microphone input right now, so you may have to click on the settings gear icon at the bottom center, because it doesn't show a microphone available for you. Yeah, GRC Mafia all the way. But yeah, that's really good call outs and information for the skills portion. Now the certifications part. So the CC. Now, is the Qualisys one a certification though? I don't think the 2 Qualisys ones are certifications. That would just be like courses, right? I could be wrong.
I'm not familiar with that one, honestly. If that's it. I haven't looked at them.
Yeah, no, you're perfectly fine, Misty-eyed too. So
no party pooper. Yeah, happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving. I don't want anybody to feel obligated to hang out or otherwise.
No.
Yeah, thanks for popping in, though.
Yeah.
It's great to get people's time when you guys have the time availability or otherwise. But yeah, you have a good evening. Yeah, so I'm not too sure about the Qualisys ones. I'm not aware of them having certifications in particular. I know that they have courses and so forth, but I could be wrong. I'm not familiar enough with that. So, but especially with the professional background and everything else, like, I mean, that speaks for itself. So. Well, and I wouldn't say to take the Qualisys ones off. The only issue I have is that it's placed underneath certifications. So you could also change the name to that, like maybe to training or something along those lines. But I mean, overall, I think, yeah, condensing down some of the different bulletin points, maybe the skills portion, you could implement into the bulletin points itself. We also pointed out, what was the other part? The margins are a little bit wide and the text might be a little big, but a lot of that stuff is just opinion based, so visual. Oh, and the summary. I think the summary is probably one of the biggest things.
Well, and again, my opinion is this could be 1 page easily. Just throwing that out there.
But yeah, so I think that brings us up to 6 different resumes, and then the 2 websites as well. And yeah, Chef is messaging in the Restream chat itself, just so you guys are aware as well. But yeah, no problem at all, Chef. So I think if you did lower the font a little bit and then maybe make it take a little bit of the margins out and condense down that summary and so forth, I think you probably could slide it into one. So, but I think you definitely have the professional experience aspect there. Yeah, and it could just be my end too. So the font itself and everything. Oh, okay. So I just pulled up the PDF separately, and so you could take the margin out of the header. So in the full PDF here, you have a standard margin in the header and the footer. And so that would give you a lot of space, additional space.
Good night.
Here, let me go ahead and...
Thanks for hanging out with us.
Oh yeah, thanks, Rhonda. So let me go ahead and transition over to this one here. So this shows the actual full one. So you could see how much space is actually left at the top. And then I'll go ahead and move this into this format. So that's, I think that could be another problem there too. So you can see all this open space at the top. You could probably condense this down by at least half. And then you probably have the same thing here on the footer too. Which will give you some additional space. But yeah, I mean, overall, I think it's not bad at all. I mean, yeah. Bam. Yeah, use the full page. Yeah, and I don't necessarily I think you could just reduce the margins, not take it completely out. Yeah, it was just the way that I was presenting it too. Rather than using screen share, Restream provides an option to be able to just present the document, which makes it a lot smoother, but it can cut off sections of the document. Bam. All right, let's see. So we are now at 4 hours and 5 minutes. So it's been a long time since we hit the 4-hour mark itself. So if anybody else does have any particular questions or otherwise, go ahead and drop that real quick. Otherwise, I think we're going to go ahead and bring it to an end finally. Yeah, absolutely amazing. Thank you. Yeah, thank you all for your guys' attention and time and participation and everything. It's awesome. I think it's great that we went through so many of the different resumes tonight. And I'm not sure what happened to PBO. I think he had to go take a nap.
That or eat some more turkey.
That's a possibility. I did drop the Discord in there. Also, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. So just like with Simply Cyber and so forth, that just gets the YouTube algorithm to just recommend it to people and get the word out and so forth. So that does make an impact. GRC Mafia. Also, a little side note there too, while I sit around here for a moment, I'm going to go ahead and do another shout out here. Let's see here. So in the Simply Cyber merch shop, you will now find GRC Mafia swag. So they have a t-shirt. Let me go ahead and swap this over here. So they have a t-shirt here for GRC Mafia, and they also have a cup as well. So, which I think is pretty neat. Personally, I'm a fan of the coffee cup. I think the coffee cup is really neat. I think it is a little heavy on the price tag.
I think actually the coffee cup is my favorite. I love it.
Yeah, I really like the coffee cup style. Another cool thing about this too is that you could, I'll go ahead and drop the link to their merch shop. The reason I mention this is because of GRC Mafia, and Simply Cyber is absolutely phenomenal. Not that I'm biased at all whatsoever. But I think $18 for a coffee cup is pretty pricey, but this is also where, the custom branding and everything else comes in. With a lot of the different places, the more you order, the cheaper it becomes, but yeah. Customize. So one thing that I don't think a lot of people realize is on the Simply Cyber merch shop, you can also click on the customize section. And so for an example, it's not going to work right off the bat. Let me try this. So one of the cool things with it though is you can go into the customize section and you could select a different product. So let's say you wanted to choose a different t-shirt style, or you want to get a heavier jacket, or see like men's premium hoodie. There's also different products in here. So like if I wanted to get a coffee mug, I could come in here, and if I want to get a full color mug that's black, I can get that. Or you could see a cheaper $11.49 for a coffee tea mug. So I could add that on here, and then you click on designs, and then you could add the GRC Mafia one on here as well. So then you could play around with the different designs that go in here. And you could also change out the product as well. So like if I do, full color mug, then I can go ahead and get the mug with the Simply Cyber logo. So Simply Cyber Media Group and the GRC Mafia image as well. I could even make it bigger, and bam. So that's actually one of the really cool parts about the merch shop that I really like.
I mean, that's pretty sweet.
Customize.
I always forget it's there.
Bam. All right, let's see. All right, and then as a last reminder now, so next week, I'll go ahead and pull this up as well as we're coming to a close. All right, so next week, next Thursday at 6 p.m. Central, exact same time and so forth, Dwight is going to be going through about the studies that he went through and did for the CIPM and the CIPP US through IAPP. It'll be about a 20-minute presentation or so. We'll probably follow that up with some privacy-related discussions and so forth, and open discussion, of course. But that's one of the different things to be looking forward to. We are looking for 2 speakers per month. Right now, we're looking at the first and second week of January. If you guys have any recommendations, or you want to reach out to somebody you might know, or even yourself, just go ahead and reach out or send them our way. It's all for the community, of course. We're trying to get speakers for the first and second week, an open discussion in the middle of the month, and then our job readiness and group resume review as the last Thursday of the month. So that's just a little bit of like the planning side of it. But we have this to look forward to next week. Tuesdays at 11 a.m. Central Time, we have the privacy stream that we started doing. So we had the introduction last week. this last Tuesday. And then you'll also see over here coming up in 4 days, episode 1, season 1 for dark patterns. And so this is all going to be around dark patterns, deceptive tactics, deceptive patterns, and so forth, which is pretty hot, to be honest. It's very surprising on how common those actually are. And it doesn't seem like it's talked about enough. But yeah, thank you to everybody who's hopped in, given us your time and everything else. And yeah, I mean, it's awesome. GRC Mafia all the way. I look forward to seeing
a great stream.
Yeah, I didn't expect it to have such a turnout on the holiday.
Oh no, me neither.
So, yeah, did you have any closing remarks, B-dubs?
No, I had fun hanging out though. It's a great
Damn.
night. Yeah.
Yeah, if you guys have any extra questions or anything else, then go ahead and drop that in the Discord. That's where we really network offline, off of the streams itself. And yeah, I'll see you guys next week. Thank you very much, and you guys have a great rest of your holiday. Enjoy your hopefully extended weekend.
Happy Thanksgiving.
And catch you guys